you can. Almighty and everlasting Father, we want to thank you so much for today. We give you praise for sparing our lives to live in this very day. We want to commit our deliberations into your hands. Let it be, O God, that the conclusions that we arrive at will inure to the benefit of our young democracy. Grant us the needed wisdom and grace to be able to deliberate, discuss, and arrive at these conclusions. That your name alone will be glorified. In Jesus' name. Amen.
So another clap for Apostle Nyameche. Papa Edase. Thank you so much. So we will quickly move to the agenda for today. I think we've all registered. We now want to invite the board chair, Most Reverend Emmanuel Kofi Fianu, to give us the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Executive Secretary George Amo has established a very elaborate list of protocol list. So I beg to stand on the established protocol and address all of you. First by saying, I am deeply honored and proudly grateful to be with you today, to have you in our midst. So on behalf of the governing board of the National Peace Council, I'm happy to address all of you this morning. We are gathered at a crucial juncture in our country's democracy. We are gathered not merely to recount the events of our recent presidential and parliamentary elections, but to evaluate, reflect, to analyze, to heal, and most importantly, to forge a common path forward. Permit me to first express sincere appreciation to our partners, the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, you know us, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, the European Union, WANEP, CDD Ghana, and all collaborators for their invaluable support in organizing this crucial post-election dialogue. Your commitment to the peace and democratic stability of Ghana is both timely and commendable. In 2021, as the Executive Secretary mentioned, the Council organized a similar gathering following our 2020 general elections. And we expressed concern at that time over the loss of lives due to electoral violence. Today, in 2025, it grieves me that I must once again acknowledge the painful fact that we lost 6 precious lives during the 2024 elections. It is unfortunate that we recorded 76 incidents, of which 24 cases were destruction, seizure, vandalism, and invasion of public facilities in constituencies such as Ofinso North, Ewutu Senya East, Damango, Tolong, and Nsawam. These 6 Ghanaians who lost their lives are not just statistics. These are Ghanaians, fathers, brothers, sisters, and children with prospects who had the right to life, But their only misfortune was being caught in political tempests. We extend our deepest sympathies to their families. The pain they feel is a national wound we must all bear and eventually heal. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although 132 suspects have been arrested so far, of which 45 were remanded in custody, 71 on police inquiry bail, and 16 on court bail, we must ask ourselves, why must elections in Ghana, a beacon of democracy in the sub-region, still result in violence and bloodshed? Despite commendable gains in democratic consolidation with peaceful transfer of power, judicial resolution of electoral disputes, and vibrant political pluralism, the persistence of election-related violence poses a serious threat to our national cohesion and democratic resilience. According to the 2025 Global Peace Index, Ghana ranks 61st globally and 7th in Africa with a score of 1.898. While this indicates that we remain one of the most peaceful nations on the continent, it also marks a 3-place decline from the previous year. In 2024, Ghana ranked 55th globally and 4th in Africa with a score of 1.938. Let us be reminded, peace is not permanent. It is perishable, fragile, and therefore must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Election Response Group, established by WANEP in collaboration with the National Peace Council and partners, supported by the EU, reported a total of 76 violent incidents following the 2024 elections. These included incidents of intimidation, destruction of property, attacks on electoral officers, and in some cases, gunshots. We also observe with great concern the voting trends over the years. From an initial low turnout of 50.2% in 1992, the turnout increased to 85% in 2004. 20 years down the line, the turnout took a nosedive to 60.9% in the 2024 elections. A high number of spoiled ballots and voter apathy also characterized the 2024 elections. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not mere anomalies or statistics. They are symptomatic of deeper structural decisions and mistrust, tensions among the key actors in our electoral ecosystem. It is in this context that the National Peace Council, WANEP, and CDD have convened this post-election dialogue under the theme Dialoguing for a Stronger Democracy and Social Cohesion. Our objectives of this dialogue include: 1, to evaluate the conduct of the 2024 general elections, drawing lessons and identifying reform pathways for more peaceful and credible future elections. 2, to rebuild trust among political actors, electoral institutions, the security sector, and the citizenry. 3, to generate strategic recommendations that address the root causes of post-election violence, from monetization of politics, mistrust in institutions, hate speech, to weak accountability systems. 4, and ultimately, to co-create a national roadmap for building inclusive governance and lasting or sustainable peace. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, while we commend the Electoral Commission for managing a largely peaceful and transparent voting process, the challenge lies in results management and post-election communication at the constituency level. The declaration of results, especially in close contests, has become flashpoints of contestation and triggers for unrest. This must change for the better. We must also reflect critically on the role of political parties, both in restraining their members and in cultivating a spirit of democratic tolerance. Our democracy must never be reduced to a winner-takes-all contest where the stakes are so high that violence becomes an option. The conduct of political party youth wings must come under sharper scrutiny. It is our youth who are recruited into policing ballot boxes, manipulated by propaganda, and sacrificed on the altar of political expediency. We must invest more in civic education, youth political dialogue, and the creation of non-violent pathways for political expression. Ladies and gentlemen, our security services deserve a word of gratitude for providing security before, during, and after the 2024 elections. The visibility strategy at the polling stations gave assurance to many citizens to go and vote. Response to cases of violence was swift, but at times inadequate due to lack of personnel. It is important to continue to build greater confidence and collaboration between the security services and civil society. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also commend the efforts of our traditional leaders, religious bodies, and civil society organizations, whose tireless engagement across the country, from voter education to mediation and monitoring, contributed significantly to our national stability before, during, and after the 2024 elections. It must be emphasized that peace is not the absence of war, but the presence of justice, dialogue, inclusion, and accountability. It must become a permanent national value infused into our established systems, our political discourse, our media spaces, and our policy-making efforts. In pursuit of the above, I propose the following: that the proposals by the Inter-Party Advisory Committee, IPAC, ahead of the 2024 general elections be revisited and with consensus settled on the areas that require attention. That Parliament expedites consideration of any outstanding legislative reforms, including electoral dispute resolution and political party financing. That our security agencies continue to enhance professionalism and impartiality, especially in election-related deployments. And that we, as citizens, reject hate speech, disinformation, misinformation, and incitement in all forms, whether online or offline. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is growing less peaceful. In 2025 Global Peace Index, we are warned that militarization is on the rise, while peace-building investments are declining. Conflicts are becoming more complex and internationalized. Ghana cannot afford to be complacent. Ghana cannot take peace for granted. We must remain an example of how African democracies can conduct elections without bloodshed, transition power without turmoil, and govern with accountability. Let me end by quoting the late revered His Excellency Kofi Annan, who once said, "Peace is not just the absence of conflict. Peace is the presence of conditions that allow justice and hope to thrive." Let this gathering today and the days ahead mark the beginning of a renewed national commitment to peace, not as a slogan, but as a shared responsibility, not as a reactive measure, but as a sustained civic duty. On behalf of the National Peace Council, I welcome you all warmly to this dialogue. May our deliberations be bold, sincere, and transformative. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. May God bless the National Peace Council. And may God bless us all. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you so much for uplifting our spirits this morning, for a Ghana that we can all be proud of when God is calling us back home. Thank you very much. I think it is important we introduce to you the board members here. So I would respectfully, probably mentioning their names, and we have a lot of things to do. So respectfully ask the eminent members of the National Peace Council Board to kindly stand respectfully so that we acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much. The eminent members who make up the National Peace Council. Thank you, eminent members, and kindly take your seats. So we are 13 members. One is not in the country and therefore could not join us. We are expecting Malvi to join us pretty soon. He's on the way coming. Thank you very, very much. But can I introduce those of you here? All right, so let me say, start with the chairman. Chairman is Most Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Kofi Fianu. Okay, thank you so much. So he took over from Reverend Dr. Ernest Edujemfi. Yeah, so to the chairman's right is Sheikh Arimiyao Shaibu. I think he doesn't need introduction in our country. Then next to Sheikh on the right is my own brother and friend, who is now the Deputy Director of West African Network for Peace Building, Mr. Ifanyi. I want to mention this again. So Ifanyi is here. Thank you so much. He's deputizing for the Executive Director who is outside the country now. Then, the UNDP resident representative. I think it's the first function. I think the RR is coming as far as the Peace Council is concerned and our partners. RR, thank you very much and welcome. God bless. Probably the permission of the chair, I may have to introduce the... No, I have not done the left. So let me do the left, then I'll come here. So at the far end, to my left is Nana Dankwa. Nana is representing the Kufuria Omahene, and we are very grateful having you. He is a member of the High Court. The High Court? No, you tell us later. So he will leave us in the middle of today's event. Then our guest of honor for this event, Her Excellency, Madam Barry Lane Freeman. She is the Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations here in West Africa. Madam, welcome. She's a very close friend of the Peace Council. Indeed, ahead of the last elections, she was with us in Tamale when we did the dialogues, and also in Accra. Madam, we thank you for your time. So, going back to the agenda, I quickly have the pleasure to invite to speak to us briefly, but very importantly, the UNDP resident representative. Say, it's your time.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, attendees, participants, and thank you, distinguished guests, members of the Peace Council. Such a proud moment for us to be part of this event. Mr. MC, you're right. I'm relatively new to the country. I was assigned here in September of last year, but I really took up duties at the end of last year. So I'm kind of 6 to 7 months into the job. And what a country! So much hope, so much promise. So I'm absolutely delighted to be here. My name is Niloy. Just call me Niloy. The rest of my name is a bit complicated, just as I find the Ghanaian names very complicated. But I find Ghana to be simple and straightforward and moving on a trajectory of hope and peace. Reverend, your words they touch my heart. Not least because my first Secretary General, I've been with the UN for 25 years now. My first Secretary General was Secretary General Kofi. So peace is not the absence of war. Thank you, Reverend. Very, very inspiring words. UNDP has been very heavily involved with the National Peace Council. It started with the NORPAC process, for those of you who remember, and we continue to hold hands and walk this journey together. And we are very proud of walking this journey with you. So, thank you very much. So, observing protocol chairperson of the board of the National Peace Council, board members of the National Peace Council, Madam Deputy Secretary General and UN colleague, Madam Deputy Secretary, Deputy SRS, I'm sorry, Amina would kill me if she, don't record this. Deputy Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, representative of the Inspector General of Police, political parties present, friends in the media, colleagues, and of course my UN colleagues in the audience. Such a pleasure, such a pleasure. Thank you. Um, Look, not much to say. Nothing new that I will add to the dialogue except two things. Reference to Kofi Annan reminded me of a study which he commissioned, which said that every dollar that you invest in peace and prevention saves you $8 in cleaning up afterwards. So, other than the emotional and human value of preserving peace and having peaceful elections and having democratic societies, there is an economic there's an economic argument to not to not to not pick confrontation over peace. And now is not a good time. This is a terrible time to be a prophet for peace, and I'm not one. The world is really struggling with the idea of peace, with so many not only micro conflicts but also major wars going on. So it's not a happy time. It's not a happy time. But folks, what would it be? What would the world be without you believers? What would the world be without you believers who firmly believe in the idea of peace, in the idea of nonviolence, and in the I come from India. My home country is India, by the way, folks. Where a man called Gandhi pioneered the idea of nonviolence, and literally overthrew the British Empire just through nonviolence. And India was the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. So it was a difficult one for the British Empire to give up. Sorry, making a mess, being clumsy. Just maybe my final point, folks. Ghana stands as the shining city of the hill for democratic peace, for peaceful transitions between elections. And we have seen that the country that likes to call itself the beacon of democracy, where post-electoral violence, not conceding an election, led to tremendous violence, and it's still being litigated in the courts. So I congratulate you, the people of Ghana, the National Peace Council, for not only being the beacon of peaceful transitions in this country, but also this comes from my heart. Some of the best people on the planet, nice, gentle, wonderfully tolerant,
ways to rebuild the dwindling faith and confidence of West African citizens within the democratic landscape. This is especially important for our region at this time, against the backdrop of widespread democratic backsliding, not only through the public sentiments expressed for unconstitutional changes of government and political violence, but also the dwindling trust in our electoral process to provide an inclusive democratic governance that yields the dividends for human security and development for West African citizens. Therefore, this post-2024 election dialogue is timely, just like what the chairs mentioned, as it covers us as stakeholders an opportunity to reflect, discuss, and chart strategies to address proximate and structural causes of electoral violence, which ensures that Ghana remains a beacon of democracy in West Africa and the continent. Finally, permit me to express our appreciation to other key partners as well, responsible for organizing this dialogue workshop: the European Union, through its foreign policy instruments, the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, the UNDP, who have remained our strategic partners in several initiatives that continue to shape the landscape for democracy, peace, and security in the region and the continent as well. The Center for Democratic Development, CDD, of course, for their contribution to peaceful political, not just in Ghana, but also across the region. We look forward to a constructive deliberation and outcome at this workshop. I thank you most sincerely.
Thank you so much. Probably a little more would do. They maneuver to get us resources from the European Union to get this program going. It's a mystery. I have to find out today. So thank you so much, Ifeanyi, and West African Network Building. The next on the agenda to give us some solidarity message is the European Union. I don't know whether they're here. It suffices for them. Yeah, they spoke, I think. Okay, thank you very much. So we have the Catholic Relief Services here. CRS, yes, come and give us the key.
Good morning. I want to beg on the chair to also stand with the existing articles to address everybody. So on behalf of the leadership of Catholic Relief Services, it is my pleasure to deliver this goodwill message held under the post-2024 elections in Ghana, dialogue for a stronger democracy and social cohesion. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the National Peace Council for organizing the important dialogue. We also extend our heartfelt congratulations to the people of Ghana for successfully navigating the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We commend the stakeholders. We see the political parties here and other stakeholders. We also commend the citizens of Ghana for their maturity in navigating this particular crucial activity. As we gather here today, CRS reaffirms its belief that our commitment to peace building is reflected in our strong partnership and impactful programming with stakeholders across the country. CRS through the Professor Project, which basically looks at preventing violence, extremism, in partnership with the National Peace Council, is implemented in most of the project areas that CRS operates, and basically to make sure that we get community members to embrace peace. In that regard, CRS believes that without peace, there wouldn't be development. And we cannot be in a space of development and not embrace peace. So this particular call for us is very paramount. And we believe that the outcome of our being here is going to strengthen our belief and resolve to making sure that we continue to preach peace, especially in the rural areas, so that people who are very vulnerable in those levels are able to embrace peace and make sure that the whole of Ghana is peaceful. With that said, I want to thank all of you, and I hope that this will bring us to be fruitful. And thank you, and God bless us all.
Grateful talk. Thank you so much for the support you have been giving to the Peace Council. With your permission, let me introduce some few others who are here. So we have COP Vance Gariba, who is representing the IGP. COP. The IGP wanted to be here himself, but he's traveled, and therefore he asked COP to step in for him. His Lordship, Justice Jones Duchi, retired Justice in the Supreme Court. Thank you so much for that. We have the NDC represented here, National Democratic Congress here. Now, our friend Amamba, Director General of the Road Safety Commission. I think I've now introduced you well. So lift your hands and let us see you. Thank you so much. You've been with us through the thin and the thick. Thank you. We have the former chairman of the MPP. Chairman. And I think he's accompanied by other members of the party. Please, can we see you by raising your hands? Deputy General Secretary is here. Yes. I think our brother, Deputy Chair, is he? Our brother, Eric Osman. Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. And he's here with the Director in charge of elections, our friend, Mr. Liu. Thank you so much. The list is unending. NCCR, is NCCR represented here? Oh, good. Welcome. Thank you very much. We have others we will introduce as we go on. But let me quickly say that the DSRSJ didn't come here alone. She came here with an able team who have been very supportive of the Peace Council since the Chamber's time. So the team from UNOVAS, our sister Phyllis, our brothers, please, let's see you. Thank you very much for coming and your support. We appreciate that. Chair, with your permission now, the next to speak on the solidarity messages is the security advisor. Unfortunately, he's not here. What has happened, Chair, and many members who are here, the President of the Republic will join us on Friday. And for that matter, some changes has occurred regarding the opening ceremony. So if you don't see the minister here, it's not because he's not coming. He's coming together with the President on Friday. So that is confirmed. So on Friday, I would wish that nobody leaves here. He would be here for us to close the ceremony properly with the presence of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Without much ado, I have the honor to invite, not in person, but through the networks, our father and friend, Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers. If only in person, he be pulled to La Côte d'Ivoire because of what is happening there. Indeed, he told me that former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, wanted him to accompany him to La Côte d'Ivoire, but he sent us his goodwill message. And there he is. So, with the permission of the chair, we will listen to His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers. The volume is not there, please.
Distinguished members of the Council of State, dear friends, all protocols observed. I would like to congratulate the chairman and members of the National Peace Council on the assumption of this high office. The National Peace Council has won recognition as a crucial pillar of the peace and security architecture on account of commendable work over the years. Successive councils have worked assiduously across the country through regional and district peace councils to prevent and mediate conflicts and to preserve the valuable peace that has prevailed in Ghana. Your appointment to the Council by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, no doubt is on account of your wide experiences, skills, abilities, and the confidence he reposes in you individually. I have every assurance you will consolidate the gains made by your predecessors. When the African Union adopted the initiative of silencing the guns in Africa, it did so determined to achieve the goal of a continent free of conflict and to make peace a reality for all our peoples. Fundamental to those lofty ideals is a secure, peaceful, and prosperous Africa, anchored on democracy and good governance. As the African Union High Representative for Science and the Guns, I have the pleasure of championing these ideals through dialogue, advocacy, mediation, and preventive diplomacy. That is why I appreciate the invitation extended to me and this opportunity to address you today from Abidjan, where I am now attending the conference previously scheduled. I've had the privilege of collaborating with previous National Peace Councils, and I look forward to continuing with yours in my new capacity. As the African Union's High Representative for Science and the Guns, elections are the bedrock of democratic.
Kofi Fiano, Chairman of the National Peace Council. Distinguished members of the Council of State, dear friends, all protocols observed. I would like to congratulate the Chairman and members of of the National Peace Council on the assumption of this high office. The National Peace Council has won recognition as a crucial pillar of the peace and security architecture on account of commendable work. No doubt is on account of your wide experiences, skills, abilities, and the confidence he reposes in you individually. I have every assurance you will consolidate the gains made by your predecessors. When the African Union adopted the initiative of silencing the guns in Africa, it did so determined to achieve the goal of a continent free of conflict and to make peace a reality for all our peoples. Fundamental to those lofty ideals is a secure, peaceful, and prosperous Africa anchored on democracy and good governance. As the African Union High Representative for Silencing the Guns, I have the pleasure of championing these ideals through dialogue, advocacy, mediation, and preventive diplomacy. That is why I appreciate the invitation extended to me and this opportunity to address you today from Abidjan, where I am now attending a conference previously scheduled. I've had the privilege of collaborating with previous National Peace Councils, and I look forward to continuing with yours in my new capacity. As the African Union's High Representative for Silencing the Guns, elections are the bedrock of democratic societies, serving as the most fundamental mechanism through which citizens exercise their right to choose leaders and shape the destiny of their nation. The quality of elections, how well they are conducted, plays an equally critical role in ensuring that this process remains fair, transparent, and legitimate. A well-conducted election is more than just an administrative formality. It is a cornerstone of building trust, stability, and progress. Ghana's 2024 elections was yet another remarkable milestone in our democratic journey in the Fourth Republic. The 9th time of peaceful elections and the 4th time power alternated from one political party to another in the Fourth Republic with guns silenced. This was widely acclaimed as peaceful, inclusive, and credible, with minimal violence before, during, and to some extent after the elections. It is important to mention that, regrettably, post-elections vandalism remains a challenge, and 2024 did not escape this troubling canker. That notwithstanding, a cursory reading of the various reports of the election observer missions that were deployed to monitor the elections had a common thread running through them. Ghana once again demonstrated her exemplary democratic credentials. The African Union commended, quote, the spirit of collaboration and patriotism among electoral officials, political party agents, the voters, and security personnel deployed to the polling stations as they work together, respecting their different roles, but ensuring a seamless and transparent voting and counting processes with the necessary checks and balances. End of quote. The AU also commended the threshold of 749 voters per polling station, which ensured adequate electoral materials and limiting the possibility of long queues. For its part, the report of the Commonwealth Election Observation Mission commended the use of the Inter-Party Advisory Committee, IPAC, as a platform for inter-party dialogue and noted its broadcasting of the committee's proceedings to the general public and its success in bringing the parties to the table to address crucial electoral issues. The Commonwealth also praised the people of Ghana for the atmosphere of calm that prevailed before and during the elections. The ECOWAS mission observed on election day that the priority to vote in almost all the polling stations was given to pregnant women, lactating mothers, persons with disabilities, including albinism, the elderly, and any voter who could not stand for long on the queue due to any condition. Indeed, as part of inclusive measures in the elections, added the ECOWAS, the EC involved persons with disabilities as polling station officials or presiding officers in the December 7 general elections. The critical role of civil society organizations was also noticeable, as reflected in the ECOWAS mission report. Quote, within the context of the 2024 general elections in Ghana, civil society played a vital role in promoting transparency, inclusivity, and the overall credibility of the electoral process. It was instrumental in conducting civic and voter education to enhance public understanding of the electoral process. It also served post-election evaluation dialogue, such as you are engaged in, is an opportunity for lessons to be learned. Dialogue should be undertaken with a view to correcting course where there were lapses and adopting best practices where they are brought up in our evaluation. Undertaking this review so early in the tenure of the current National Peace Council is a sign of the seriousness and urgency with which you take your important national assignment. I wish you successful deliberations and successful tenure of duty in the National Peace Council. And I also wish to congratulate and thank all participants, all partners and other civil society, think tanks, all of you gathered at this important 2024 December elections review meeting. And once again, I regret that I'm unable to join you personally due to the prior engagement. But I'm pleased with the opportunity that I have been given to to share a few thoughts with you.
Before the keynote
Thank you.
speaker comes, we have Dr. Imalo waiting here in our midst. Doc, yes. Executive Director for Governance. We have Dr. Angela Gamna-Kwaji, founder of the Bank Foundation, my senior sister. Dr. Rashid Gaman, Sid Pan. Doc, let's see your hands. Thank you very much. Madam Bridget Nuku of the PPP. And I think we have other political parties joining us. Can we see you? Jerry and please wait and let us see you everywhere. So PP is here, GCPP, Liberal Party. Thank you all for coming, and we are very grateful. Ghana is a multi-party democracy, so we need all of you. Thank you so much. Most Reverend Chair, before our keynote speaker comes, we have our traditional ruler here, and with your permission, I invite him to give us a word. So that we take on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reverend, please kindly permit me to speak my language at I best understand it myself and communicate better. And our Roma, Yamamuna Mawa, many say you know anti-king, as one mobile, no matter what I say, it's a half. New government. The Casa Yaka, the Monfancher, now make a Ubia Cambrofo. So, ye in an half the Monfancher. Ye can later be my name as a prayer of Guatia or Tosmiansa. Nama Mumina Makwa, a new government traditional area. Yeah, before, yeah, something for the Casa, where they are and wine and a beca. And look at a nature was a mirror and so divinity when Tiniama, no same. And let's sit down. Just a name when you got the traditional area. And random missing and then no make a clearly. And find time to make the Yedi when you got there. Yedi can be a 2 year one. You said, Ghana in that's a Ghana in our half year. He never being and said, as we be some one and said, Yaka. If we said, and before good down, buy a problem more. Some penny for and more thing. Now, sir, before we could the year or what it is, tomorrow will be 80, so better be a dear. Not this should be of my way. You're an animal, you're retired judges, your police for good down. You're very for me, I said it. They found out who said, come in from an accent. Now, so, as a answer. If we said, so mine one, you know, positions I have, you can't go here. We will not JHS needy, never treat you, said, I'll be you with you. And into your best say, you can't know yet that, but before you say, you may be in our son. You are those who you know, and before I did that, you one no more. And that's so, Cassa, Pia, or Mecca. Nakasa yet, if we said, Sapuan, you can see a Nakaya. All Kakasapa and the check which before the best sunny and the Abbasio. ne mo kakasa sabi amontia e mo achi difo na so ba bia to kwasisi nyina ni nyina kasa bi a obi akaka so wo bi a obi ni mo adanse e no akaka ani atu bi so na akoyi yudi na fi ejato sabi e wa hai ye di e pa kakra ye pa so bi ye pa eni tie ni sabu be free hand be pon be for yourself na esefu bi a mo chi be kakra so na esefu a eni so bi I am of Rana in which I use. Yes, we can get set to party at something. As you and the show men get one and see everything. Say out to me in the pen as you said. Sasubi, or mine, 18. Getting a book on echo. Second, those who can't get to any of the said the mayor every other. Now, for my name, and every check. I would get back to my one. In the end, I will my I'm a guy. I am Papa no feeling their mind was a kind of promise. See, I took you over here, not a promise, I should say, but a catch. See, a best and very far, not why. Now I am a father engaged. Yes, you have to soon say, my lady has a pastor of the kind at the theatre of Frank. If we said, so we have penny, and now you're beginning. No woman say, Emma, or that form of energy. Amen.
I want to express gratitude to another Tracy who just left us. The trust of the message he gave us was that we should be watchful the language we speak and write, the things we say, because they have the potential to take us to places we don't want to go. So he cautioned all of us, particularly political actors, that we should be watchful. If we are not watchful, a small girl or a boy, one day will rise up and take all of us to ransom. So it was a message of caution. I think we are done and well prepared now to receive the message from our keynote speaker, Her Excellency Ms. Barry Freeman, the Deputy Special Representative of the UN Secretary General. Madam.
Mr. Deputy Electoral Commissioner, Dr. Eric Osman-Azari, Dr. Vance Gariba, Director General of Operations for the Ghanaian Police, retired Justice Honorable Jones Victor Odse, Most Reverend Emmanuel Kofi Fianu, Chairman of the National Peace Council, and to all members of the High Table, esteemed board members of the National Peace Council,
Okay,
staff,
let me do this.
and its executive.
My camera back, give me the other lens, 85. What happened?
Representatives WANA, CDB Ghana, CODEO, and Catholic Relief Services. Dear colleagues of the UN, our facilitators, Dr. Roger Quaranti of the Commonwealth and Janet Adama of Conciliation Resources, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm greetings from the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General and Head of UNOWAS, Leonardo Santos Chamau, who deeply regrets that he could not be here today. I am honored to participate on his behalf in this post-election conference. This gathering offers a very timely opportunity to reflect on the 2024 process and to chart a path towards strengthening peace, social cohesion, and democracy in Ghana. And on a very personal level, it's really been my privilege to have been visiting Ghana off and on now more than 25 years in different, in my own personal career, first with the Department of State, the U.S. Department of State, then with the National Democratic Institute, and now with the UN. And when I come to find old friends like Sheikh Shaibu and Mojo Asante of CDB Ghana, and always make new friends as well. Really, I am always so honored by Ghana's generosity, the generosity and kindness of its people, and just its commitment to moving forward on a democratic path, on a path of socioeconomic development, social development. It's really been a privilege. This meeting also reflects the long-standing and productive partnership between the UN and the National Peace Council, and I thank the Council and all stakeholders whose efforts have made this gathering possible. The 7 December 2024 general elections, Ghana's ninth since the return to multi-party democracy in 1992, were held amid economic challenges, political polarization, and heightened public scrutiny. And still, they were widely regarded as transparent, inclusive, and peaceful, reaffirming Ghana's reputation as a beacon, we've used that word a lot today, as a beacon of democracy and stability in West Africa. Key strengths underpin this success, offering valuable lessons to reflect on during this meeting, and also valuable lessons for other countries in the region who themselves are preparing for elections. First was the exceptional and inspirational civic engagement across all segments of Ghanaian society that showed commitment to a transparent, inclusive, and peaceful electoral process. I myself witnessed the spirit of activism among youth, women, religious and traditional leaders, and political actors during the National Stakeholders Forum in Tamale almost exactly a year ago, where Ghana's dedication to a resilient and inclusive democracy was on full display. The bedrock of democracy is in its active citizenry. Second was the indispensable role of the National Peace Council through a series of stakeholder forums, the facilitation of a peace pact signed by political parties, and platforms for dialogue and tension reduction. The NPC played a critical role in diffusing flashpoints and building trust. In a context of fierce competition, heightened tensions, and real risks of violence, the NPC's leadership helped Ghana navigate the electoral process with unity and resilience. The active participation of all parties in the Inter-Party Advisory Committee, IPAC, further reinforce the NPC's pivotal role. The NPC stands as a strong, if not the strongest, model in the region for conflict prevention and transformative dialogue. The UN is honored to support the NPC's work, even in a modest way, aligned with shared principles of peace, dialogue, and inclusive governance, principles that are under threat in so many places in the world today. Third was the maturity and integrity of state institutions, which boosted public confidence in the electoral process. The Electoral Commission maintained transparency and independence, while the security sector upheld public order with discipline and neutrality, ensuring a safe and inclusive environment throughout the electoral process. Fourth was the political maturity and respect for democratic norms shown by the leadership of the New Patriotic Party in its early concession, reinforcing the country's democratic commitment, including to the peaceful transfer of power from one party to another through the ballot box, reflecting the will of the people. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while the 2024 elections marked a significant milestone, they also revealed key challenges common everywhere in the world today. First, misinformation and disinformation on social media. The efforts of the Ghana Fact-Checking Coalition and other media oversight platforms in combating disinformation were commendable. Moving forward, sustained collaboration among media, civil society, and technology platforms will be essential to promote transparency and prevent the amplification of false narratives in political discourse. Second, inflammatory rhetoric and the mobilization of youth for partisan purposes posed risk to political stability and highlighted the vital role of political parties throughout the electoral cycle. Parties must lead by example, promoting nonviolence, respecting institutions, and accepting electoral outcomes in good faith. Strengthening the implementation of the 2019 Vigilantism and Related Offenses Act could contribute to ensuring peaceful elections in the future. Third, and as Dr. Chumbas pointed out, the elections resulted in women holding less than 15% of seats in Parliament. While the passage of the Gender Equality Act and the election of a female vice president in 2024 marked important milestones, the parliamentary outcome reaffirms the urgent need to promote women's participation in political and government structures and to ensure an environment where they can compete fairly and safely. Chairperson, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's democracy is a collective achievement, built by its citizens, protected by its institutions, and nurtured by its leaders. UNOWAS remains fully committed to its close collaboration with the National Peace Council, supporting efforts to strengthen and protect Ghana's democratic gains, and also to share its achievements as a model for the region and beyond. This dialogue conference is a valuable opportunity for reflection on consolidating good practices, promoting healthy electoral competition, and managing results in a peaceful environment upheld by commitment to inclusion and dialogue. May Ghana remain a beacon and a source of hope for its people, for the region, and the wider world. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
I would wish that we do it more and more. Thank you so much. Being a close friend of our country, we are very grateful. Most Reverend Chair, permit me to invite our partners to join me at this stage before I introduce our facilitators for this 3-day event. We've been Kojo is here. Albert, please come. We are closing the opening ceremony, but please sandwich me and let everyone know. So, Dr. Kojo Asante, they have been our partners for this event, and we want to acknowledge them. I want you to stand by me as we invite our facilitators and introduce them to all participants here. They are distinguished people, indeed. Auntie Janet was instrumental in the formation stages of the National Peace Council. Auntie Janet. So she is not an ordinary person here. Yeah. So Auntie Janet, you acknowledge. If you go through the brochure, you have a lot, very short parts. She has a lot in her cup. I'm not sure you can pour everything from it before I leave you. So Auntie Janet is going to be our facilitator. And to my extreme right is Professor Roger Granting. Prof is not a new face in the Commonwealth Secretariat. Professor is in charge of governance, Prof, and more. Prof has done a lot of facilitation, I think, to almost 50 countries. He flew from South Africa straight to here. But before that, this year, he's been going from one place to the next. Prof, we are in your hands. Together with my friends, Dr. Asante, my friend, the young partners in organizing this event, with the support of our founders and the chair, we want to say we are in your hands. In the next 3 days. So I don't know whether you have something to say before we sit down. But just after here, we'll take a group photograph and take our coffee or kuku as we say it. Then we'll resume and hand it all over to our facilitators. God bless you. Or when you come, okay, thank you very much. God bless you. So now I think we can rise for a photograph. I don't know how we should do it. We should do it here. Okay, so please help us.
Please, those of us damage showing them. The vice is safe.
So,
I've made a serious omission. Our original chairman here, Professor Bodu, where are you? Where my letter see where he's hosting us. Prof, thank you very much. And lawyer Linda, let's see you. Please. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
going to rearrange the room into U shape without the tables, so that we can engage ourselves effectively. So please pick your items from the tables, and then the housekeeping will help us rearrange the chairs in a way that we can engage ourselves effectively. Please take note and pick your items from your table. Okay. Please, I think we'll do that in after the next 10 minutes so that people can eat. After the next 10 minutes, we will have to. Thank you very much.
Hello, are people at their tables, please? For those of you who are at the far back, we want to suggest that all the tables are first occupied, and then we try to organize it into a U shape. So if you can just shift your table to be more visible, do it yourself style, please, so that you can be more visible. Yeah, organize yourselves so that you are in a U shape and be more visible. Thank you. I'm looking at. Also, Obiaya need a U shape. Perfect U shape. Hello, are we ready now? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Please, let's flow together now. Let's flow together. Is everybody comfortable where they are? Okay. Okay, so you help with that. I'm going to bring them here. Okay. No, they'll be here, and then they'll speak to us. We've all had a brilliant morning, and you all heard from the previous speakers. I don't want to mention names and leave names, but notably were my Lord Bishop, the chair of the Peace Council, and his words of caution, his words of advice, the observations that were made. And so was Dr. Ibn Chambers raising issues of concern, and then the advice from the Joabin Hene, Nana Dankwa. We all heard what they said and the issues that they were raised. I want to plead with you to reflect on these advices that we have been given, and in the light of that, ensure that our discussions come out with concrete, pragmatic, actionable recommendations. Please let's note that when we meet every time like this and we speak on issues with our emotions and pain, it only takes us a little further. But when we add our passion for change, it takes us further. It takes us in a positive way to look at what can be done. And I think that this year, I will want to entreat every eminent stakeholder here to think about a Ghana with an improved hope. Let us look deep into our own actions, the actions of our spheres of influence, and also what we think our neighbor can do to bring about pragmatic steps for change. On this note, I want to introduce the next session, which is Strengthening Election Governance, the Ghana Model. And I want to say this, that I have been to different countries, especially in the sub-region, and they always talk about Ghana and Ghana's model. Sometimes you don't understand what you have until you experience something else. We have a model. It is workable. It is doing well. But we can do better because we are the star, the black star of Africa. And let's please go back, claim it, and move forward. We are going to have a presentation from Dr. Eric Bosman Asari, the Deputy Commissioner. Excuse me, I've been working in the past weeks with some commanders in the sub-region, so I'm carrying that cap here. The Deputy Commissioner of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. So, Dr. Bosman, can you please take your seat here? Then there would be some discussants who include Dr. Kojo Asante of CDD. Please join Dr. Bosman Asari. Albert Yenyang of WANEP, please join. And Bishop Dr. Susan Inti, the chairperson of Crusaders Against Corruption. Dr. Bosman Asante will try to make a presentation, 15-minute presentation, and then the discussant would also take 5 minutes each, and then we would let the floor respond. So when it gets to that time, I'll come back to you, and if you have your hand up, we will give you the mic so you can ask your question or make a contribution. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Good morning to everyone. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and also from the chairperson, Mrs. Jean Mensah, who would have liked to be here with us today but is engaged in another equally important program on behalf of the Commission. We are also grateful to the organizers for including us in this critical discussion. The topic, Strengthening Election Governance, the Ghana Model, is both timely and vital, given the challenges facing democracy worldwide. What are the key features of Ghana's model? Ghana's electoral system has long been regarded as a cornerstone of its democracy, earning recognition as one of Africa's most stable democracies. Central to this success is the election management body, which has consistently demonstrated a commitment to credible, inclusive, and transparent elections. Additionally, the strong legal and institutional framework grounded in transparency, fairness, inclusivity, accountability, and peace has elevated the Electoral Commission as one of the best in election management in the continent. Another key feature has to do with the independence of the Commission. The Electoral Commission of Ghana is an independent EMB, free from the direction or control of any person or authority, as enshrined in Article 46 of the 1992 Constitution. This independence has been critical in bolstering trust among the electorate, political parties, and the international observers. The security of tenure enjoyed by the members of the Commission ensures institutional memory and provides the experience necessary to adopt policies that improve the quality of elections in the country. The expenditure of the Electoral Commission is charged on the consolidated fund, as outlined in Article 54 of the Constitution. Unlike in some countries, the EC's budget stands independently and is not part of any ministry's budget. Once Parliament approves the budget, the EC has the right to use it for its operations, ensuring availability of funds and enhancing public trust in the electoral process. While there are occasional delays in fund releases, the EC has been able to carry out interventions that strengthen election management. Article 51 of the Constitution also empowers the EC to make regulations for the effective performance of its duties through constitutional instruments. This regulatory flexibility has allowed the EC to address emerging challenges and continuously enhance its operations. For example, the Commission is considering a new CI to ensure greater accountability in political party campaign financing. Also, another critical area has to do with public education. The Commission recognizes that a well-informed electorate is a key element in successful election. The Commission therefore prioritizes effective public education before every major electoral event, ensuring that citizens understand the importance of electoral activities, understand their voting rights and responsibilities, and are familiar with voting procedures. This enables voters to make informed decisions and actively participate in the electoral process. The Commission also educates specific agencies such as political parties, security agencies, civil society organizations, and the media, so that they can effectively play their roles in the elections. To improve transparency, the Commission launched Let the Citizen Know initiative, providing timely and relevant information through various media outlets, including traditional and social media. This platform helped dispel negative perceptions about the Commission and its activities. In addition, the Commission undertook extensive public education campaigns, helped calm political tensions in the months leading up to the elections, and communicated that the EC remains impartial and could not favor any political party or candidate in elections. Opening up of IPAC to the public and re-exhibition of the voters' register. In 2024, for example, the Commission made a landmark decision to open the Inter-Party Advisory Committee meetings to the public through national television and radio channels. This allowed the public to witness discussions between the EC and political parties, fostering transparency and trust. For the first time, the public had direct access to information about IPAC proceedings, dispelling any misinformation and disinformation, and thus ensuring transparency. Additionally, in response to allegations from the National Democratic Congress about the credibility of the 2024 voters register ahead of the elections, the Electoral Commission decided to re-exhibit the register online until the day of the elections. This move was aimed at reducing tensions and clearing doubts in the lead-up to the polls. A template was provided for political parties to report any discrepancies in the register, but no discrepancies were identified and none was reported. Another key thing we also did, which has enhanced the image of our democracy, has to do with reducing the filing fees for female candidates and persons with disabilities. In 2024, female candidates were required to pay 75% of the filing fees for the presidential and parliamentary elections, as well as persons with disabilities. although the commission expected that this would have increased the number of female candidates and persons with disabilities. So far, we haven't noticed any significant shift. And to also encourage more participation from the public in terms of availing themselves as candidates for the parliamentary and presidential elections, the commission maintained the filing fees in 2020. In 2020, a candidate for president paid 100,000 Ghana cedis. A candidate for parliament paid 10,000 Ghana. But in 2024, those figures were maintained. And for those of us who are familiar with numbers, the value of 100,000 in 2020 is so different from the value of 100,000 in 2024. Biometric voter registration. Elections in Ghana are register-based, meaning that only those on the voters register can participate. The commission ensures that the voter register is all-inclusive, with no eligible registrant excluded. Since the introduction of the biometric voter registration in 2012, multiple voter registrations and identity-related malpractices have been virtually eliminated. So as we speak now, no one person can be on the voters register twice. Any challenges regarding voter registration can be raised by individuals and are addressed by the district registration review committees. This system ensures inclusivity, transparency, and fairness, which significantly boosts public trust in the electoral process. Ghana has emerged as a leader in voter registration, with over 55% of eligible citizens on the voters register, surpassing almost all the countries in West Africa, with the exception of Cape Verde. And if Ghana is being compared to Cape Verde's population is around 560,000, and Ghana is about 34 million. And they have done about 55%, and we have also done about 55%. Others, like I don't want to mention it, but some are doing less than 50%. So this is an indication that the Electoral Commission ensures that anyone who is qualified to register is given the opportunity. And in 2024, we received some data from the Ghana Statistical Service. And from that data, it was clear that 97% of Ghanaians who were eligible to be on the voters register had been captured. Of all those who were supposed to be captured, we were able to do over 97%. Accreditation. The Commission provided free accreditation to all media outlets that applied to cover elections across the country. They didn't have to pay. We collaborated with the Ghana Journalists Association and the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association to facilitate this process. By granting the media access to the polling stations and collation centers, the Commission enhanced transparency and the credibility of the process. For the first time, the media was accredited to cover the collation of the regional presidential results at the National Collation Center. In the past, the media will not be allowed at the National Collation Center. Occasionally, they will be giving briefings. But in 2024, we allow them to come there from the beginning of the polls to the end of the declaration. The Commission provided regular updates every 3 hours, and media coverage ensured the public was informed about developments at the various stages of the election. The EC also accredited observers, including civil society organizations, religious groups, and diplomatic missions, both from Ghana and abroad. In all, we give accreditation to over 19,000 individuals. So almost every polling station had people who had been accredited observing the process. Robust electoral system. Ghana's electoral system is transparent and designed to prevent, detect, and correct any form of electoral fraud or wrongdoing by politicians, voting, or officials. The system's integrity is key to maintaining public confidence. For example, political parties and candidates are involved at every crucial stage of the electoral process, including voter registration, ballot printing, transportation of materials, voting, printing, everything we do with our the rest of political parties. Audit trail. Election materials are tracked from the EC's headquarters to the regions, constituencies, and polling stations. Verification. The results of each electoral stage is verifiable, ensuring that any mistakes or misconduct are detected and corrected. Election day procedure. There are clear guidelines on valid and invalid votes. The biometric register ensures no double voting. Vote counting is done at polling stations in the presence of agents, the media, and the public. Polling station results are certified by both presiding officers and candidates' agents and posted in a visible location. Polling station results are publicly announced. Mistakes during the vote collation process are immediately addressed. Polling station results serve as the basis for declaring results at the constituency, regional, and national levels. It's the reason why we always say elections are won at the polling stations. Declaration of presidential results. The declaration of the 24 presidential election results took almost 48 hours after the close of polls. Despite claims of delays, the commission followed a legal process for collation and verification. Unlike political parties that rely solely on polling station results, the EC follows a multi-stage, legally defined process to ensure the integrity of the results. At each stage, polling station, constituency, collation, regional collation, and national collation, results are verified to reflect the people's will. For example, Constitutional Instrument 127, Regulation 38 mandates a regional collation officer to collate results from constituencies within the region. The Commission does not declare a winner based solely on polling station or constituency results. By law, polling station results are supposed to go to the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, they must go to the Regional Collation Center. From the regional, they must come to the National Collation Center. So when we hear people say, how come these parties know A, B, C, and D? The EC is a political party. We must make sure that everything we are doing is grounded in what the law says. So in 2024, although some people mentioned that we delayed, the Commission didn't delay. In 48 hours, we were able to declare the winner of the presidential election and almost 265 of the parliamentary elections. IPAC and the National Election Security Task Force. The IPAC, which was established in 1994, has also supported the Electoral Commission in several ways, as our as our civil society organization and the security agencies. The National Election Security Task Force, for example, has been very, very instrumental in supporting the EC in its endeavor. And we believe that this collaboration must continue to help cement Ghana as one of the best when it comes to electoral democracy in the world. In spite of the successes, there are still some challenges which must be mentioned. We think that public education is still needs a lot of work, especially in rural areas and for first-time voters. So this is something the Commission will ensure that we will do together with all our partners. Electoral violence remains a persistent issue, with some constituencies experiencing disruptions during the collation process in 2024. Electoral integrity is also an issue. Some challenges in maintaining full transparency in all stages of the process is also well talked about. Now, what are the lessons the Commission has learned from the 2024 election? We are talking about enhanced voter education. We need to launch an all-year-round voter education program. We also believe that we must collaborate with the NCC, CSOs, and the media to reach diverse audience. Implement real-time fact-checking initiative to counter misinformation. We're also thinking of exploring AI tools to enhance voter education. The next one has to do with security. We expect our security agencies to strictly enforce the ban on vigilantism. From the angle of the EC, we believe that there was some, maybe the security agencies thought that the problem was under control. We think that they need to do a lot in that regard. We need to also think about deploying. We always say we don't need the military at the polling station, but for the collation centers, based on what we experienced in 2024, if we tell ourselves we don't need them at the collation center, we are just joking. We think that something must be done. Because if we are not very careful, we may end up having serious challenges. So we must critically look at it, the presence of the military. If not, the police may need to have some special people who are trained and they can function in a manner that will ensure that all Ghanaians, regardless of their political persuasions, are protected at the polling stations. We also need to talk about providing security in all sport areas during elections, very, very important. And prosecution of perpetrators of electoral violence is very, very important. People do that and they get away with it. And we've seen instances where people who do that are even elevated. And when we do that, we are sending the wrong signal as a country. When we do that, we are sending the wrong signal. People who do that, we think that they must be dealt with. The Commission is also exploring alternative ways of directly getting the results from the polling stations. So in case there is any contestation at the collation center, because we also have the copy from the polling stations, we can act on that. Another lesson that has been learned is that when you achieve success, don't relax. When you achieve success, I remember there is this famous preacher, I think Reverend John Hagee, who said, leadership demands constant achievement. So when you are a leader, you must think of constantly. I think we, at a point, we believe that Ghana's electoral, we've gotten to the pinnacle, but it's an indication that once you even achieve success, continue to work very hard to ensure that you maintain it. We also expect, one thing we've learned is that political parties, and I can see them over there, they must be committed to educating their supporters to avoid violence. All the violence was by people supporting political parties. So political parties must be committed to the education of their members. If we don't do that, the democracy we have, in the Electoral Integrity Project, they rank Ghana as number 5 when it comes to the quality of elections. And I don't know if they've done any new work in 2025. With what transpired in 2024, it's possible Ghana may lose some ground. So we think that the political parties must work a lot in that. Then another lesson we have learned is building a strong democratic culture. I used to be a political scientist in my previous life. And I think that we lack a democratic political culture where we need to understand that we need to use peaceful ways in resolving misunderstanding. And this is not only to the political parties, all of us must be committed to building a very strong democratic political culture. For Ghanaians to understand that we may be in the same religion, but we may not support the same political parties. We may come from the same area, but we may support different political parties. And once we have that, it's very, very important. Then the final lesson has to do with the fact that when you achieve a higher turnout, don't relax. In 2020, we had 79% of our people voting. In 2020. But in 2024, the number went down to 63.97 in the presidential election. And for us at the Electoral Commission, what pains us is that we pay for each ballot paper. We pay for each ballot paper. So in 2024, about 7 million Ghanaians did not vote. About 7 million. So for both presidential and parliamentary, assuming each ballot paper was 2 Ghana cedis, that's 2 times 40 million. So all those people who did not vote, apart from the fact that they didn't vote, the country has also made a provision for them and they didn't take advantage. So we think that all of us must be committed to working. Maybe Ghana must explore the countries that have compulsory voting, where if you don't vote, you must explain why you cannot vote. So maybe we must look at that. Because the state is supporting you, you have that civic. There are some countries that do that. I know Australia, Argentina, Austria. If for any reason you cannot vote, you need to write to the state and explain why you cannot. So these are the things maybe in future we must start. But there are some who have also argued that when you force people to vote, it's not a democracy. So we must look at all the options. In conclusion, Ghana's model of electoral governance and electoral democracy is a shining example of democratic growth in Africa. Its emphasis on fairness, participation, stability, and peace is a model for other nations. It is important to say that in 2024, a Nigerian blogger even stated that while voting was ongoing, some Ghanaians were also going to the market to indicate that the environment was so peaceful that if even you didn't want to vote, you could still go to the market and do your business. So it's an indication that we have come very far. And as an Electoral Commission, we believe that that standard must be maintained and we need to build it further. However, continuous improvement, particularly in transparency, rule of law, and civic trust, will ensure that Ghana remains a leader in electoral integrity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bosman Asari. I want to pass on to the discussants directly. You did manage the time, even though you exceeded by 2 minutes. But let's see what the others can do. Who is ready to start?
Thank you, Dr. Bosman. That was very appropriate and apt description of the electoral process that we went through in 2024. Fortunately for myself and Dr. Sheikh Shaibu and a few others were part of the Eminent Persons Group for the Christian Council of Ghana. And we had the privilege of having discussions and meeting with the judiciary. We met with the Chief Justice, we met with the EC, yourself at the meeting, and we met with the NPP leadership at the time, and various other stakeholders. And we saw the political will to do better in our elections. Over the last few years, I must say that we have seen an improvement, and continuous improvement is exactly what we have been seeing in Ghana. I was part of the electoral process in the UK. I lived abroad for quite a while. I stood as a parliamentary candidate for the Christian People's Alliance in the UK in the 27 elections for East Midlands. I also stood as a European Commission candidate for the EU at the time. I also stood as a candidate for the Labour Party. And so when I came to Ghana in 2015, I was very concerned about the political climate and elections, the insults, the abuse, the violence. You know, there were so many things that caused me to be concerned. But I must say that being part of discussion groups, forums, part of meetings held by the National Peace Council, I must say that we are on the trajectory for improvement. And my notes is like there's smooth transition, the early conceding that was done by the NPP candidate, presidential candidate, was a turning point in our democratic process. And that goes to show the party agents and the polling systems and the collations that were being done, which have been improved tremendously. Good electoral jurisprudence, levels of transparency. Every political party has their own seal on the ballot boxes, special voting opportunities for agents, etc. The value of the strong institutions that we have in Ghana. And you know, as the chairperson of the Crusaders Against Corruption, we don't mince our words, because we want good governance in Ghana. We want to be that beacon in Africa. Results, collations, political parties have become, you know, very good at collating and getting all the information. That is why the presidential candidate for MPP was able to concede even before the electoral commissioner had declared the results. And the CSOs are effective in bringing issues to the fore, where there were issues that needed to be brought forward. Different agencies, different pressure groups, etc., brought these to the fore so that they could be dealt with, so that the people of Ghana, the citizens who are voting for the government, can make the right calls and etc. A few negatives that we need to work on, as we say. Kaizen is a Japanese term that talks about continuous improvement, which is what we are doing in Ghana. Collation had issues, the voters trying to get into the collation centers, and I think maybe with technological advancements in collation from the polling station to the regional offices, etc., with that advancement, and now with AI, you know, engaging AI and technology, hopefully we can improve in that area. Challenges of violence, well, as one person said, 40,000 polling stations, etc. And there shouldn't have been any deaths, but you know, it's an improvement in Ghana. Vote buying, you know, and issues of prohibited activities on polling day, obstruction of election officers, are all criminal offenses under the PNDC Law 284, Section 33, bribery, giving money for votes, treating, giving, or providing meat, drink, and entertainment. Section 35, undue influence. Section 37, interference with electioneering activities. Section 37, prohibited activities on polling day, obstruction of election officials. Section 40, what are we doing as law enforcement agencies in terms of criminal activity? There needs to be a fast-track process. When it came to dealing with foreign investments in Ghana, the court system managed to set up the commercial courts so that they could deal with these matters expeditiously so that we can attract foreign investment. Okay, so this is not about money, but this is about the rights of the citizens to vote. So we need to make sure that the enforcement agencies, I can see Honorable Gariba here representing, we need to ensure that our citizens have quick recourse to justice during the elections. The same way in terms of the parliamentary issues, presidential issues. I know Honorable Lord Justice Doche is here, and when I was Deputy Director of JTI, I know they work tirelessly on the electoral manuals daily. So the 42 days for the presidential elections is good. But in terms of parliamentary elections and when there are disputes, they have to go through civil procedure issues and get stuck in that process. That needs to be dealt with expeditiously. Either we have, like in courts I think in Kenya they have special electoral tribunals who deal expeditiously with parliamentary issues that come up. Financial reporting to the EC. I remember when I was standing as a candidate, you have to document everything that you are spending money on in terms of whether it's flyers, leaflets, whether you buy drink for somebody, you had to document it. We weren't allowed to receive certain grants, funding for elections, especially not funding from outside the country because it skews our process in our own country. So financial reporting to the EC is something that needs transparency and accountability. No funding from outside. I'm not naming any companies who are foreign companies in Ghana who support political parties, but that is something that needs to be looked at. EC has no prosecutory powers. And that is an issue because obviously when matters are brought to their attention, if they had those powers, then they could actually do something about them. So we have to wait for the court system to deal with matters that come up in parliamentary or presidential elections. Enforcement of laws. I've mentioned that when you cross a red light these days, the people on the police on the bikes will chase you down. You know, we need to have that energy in terms of criminality in the electoral process. The same energy they use to flag you down, to collect your driver's license, etc. We want to see that in our electoral process. Vote buying seems to be growing, and people are doing it with impunity. It has to stop because that is something that we cannot showcase in Ghana. A lot of lessons learned. I think Dr. Bosman talked about the lessons learned. Special and early voting. Voting by proxy is something that we should also try and incorporate in our electoral process because we have a diaspora that is outside, a big diaspora. How are we including citizens of Ghana who live abroad in our elections? It's important. They are part of our country. They are Ghanaians. I think those are my submissions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bosman. So I think if you've been following Ghana's electoral process, the trend from when we introduced biometrics into our electoral process from 2012, the trend has shown that there are about 3 or 4 areas that we really need to work on. And from the elections in 2016, 2020, and 2024, they've been consistent. It just means that we have not addressed these issues that are still outstanding. The 4 areas, one has been the issue around the dwindling trust in the Electoral Commission, and as at 2024, it's the lowest. Part of that is some of the governance issues, how the commission itself is constituted, and then how that plays, into perceptions and all of that. The second area is to do with the setup and the structure and the procedures for the collation system. So basically, the results management announcement processes, the publication of polling station or results disaggregated to polling station level. And then you have the issue of continuous registration. So the voter register problems that we continue to have. And then lastly, it's really to do with the election violence and how victims are treated in the post-election period, basically getting justice for them. So if you go back to CODEO recommendations from 2020, you'll see these things coming up. And just to give you an example, so my remarks basically are around progress, the challenges, and really the missed opportunities, because I thought we had a lot of opportunities to correct this in 2024 or towards 2024, and we didn't really take advantage of it as much as we did. But if you take the progress, so most people can attest to it. Elections from 2016, by 4 o'clock, most people have voted. Logistics are deployed, voting is seamless, it's all fast. Everything happens after voting, right? So the statistics from CODEO's parallel vote tabulation, 97% of polling stations opened by 8 a.m., 66 opened by 7. Relevant logistics were in all polling stations. BVDs were working in 87% of polling stations. In 94% of polling stations, there were no recount requested, right? No mistakes in the result sheets in 90% of polling stations. In 99% of polling stations, political party agents, presiding officers signed a pink sheet. And the voting procedures were followed in most places. So at the polling station level, we don't have a problem. And that has been the case 2016, 2020, and then 2024. The problem starts after the collation process. But let me talk about the voter register. We started, at least in 2021, the Electoral Commission tried to put a CI in to be kind to define the modalities for continuous registration. And then we had a problem with the sole, using the Ghana card as the sole card for identification. And we spent almost 2 years going back and forth with Parliament, because Parliament said, the Ghana card is not available to everybody. We cannot, if we do that, we will exclude people. We spent 2 years, that didn't work. And then eventually we had to use the old CI for the local government elections. And then the Electoral Commission decided that, okay, to sort of manage this guarantor problem that thought it was being abused, that it would restrict voter registration to the district offices. And then at IPAC, there was an adjustment to add hard to reach areas. So we went with that. So basically, we spent the whole of the 4 years just going back and forth on this matter, and we didn't really resolve it. So we are back again in 2024. It's going to be on the table. But it's to say that these are the problem areas. We have another 4 years to try and resolve it. So if we want to make progress, we need to address that. In the post-election phase, the issue with the collation center setup, and Justice Doche is here. He led an election reform committee of CODEO. We met the Electoral Commission. We made proposals about the setup, and I'm sure there was a lot of discussion about the setup. And it doesn't seem that it didn't address. It addressed in some places, but it still became a problem in a lot of urban polling stations, collation centers. So the setup and the collation procedures is still a problem, and we need to elaborate very clearly on that going forward. The other issue is to do with transmission of results, which Dr. Bosman mentioned. We actually, in the beginning, we wanted the Electoral Commission to adopt what Kenya does, which is basically the results are scanned and it is publicly available at the same time. Everybody can see it right from the polling station. So some of the issues we have with people destroying the result sheets and all of that, at least you have another. But you need a legal regime around it, and you cannot just, it's become an issue in Nigeria, even though they did it, you can't use it for any formal process. So we have to look at that process, because what happened in 2024 has thrown up new problems for us. I would end with mixed opportunities, because, as I said, we engaged the Electoral Commission around these issues on the results management to develop 8 memoirs, basically directions for everybody, poll agents, party agents, everybody. Now, that process took a long time, because for this to work, everybody needs to understand what is going to happen on election day around these processes. And if you look at when the Electoral Commission posted these 8 memoirs, it was quite late, almost on the eve of election. But you have to have these 8 memoirs as part of the training for party agents, as part of the training for everybody involved in elections, and even part of the public education. So we need to look at the 8 memoirs. It's there on the Electoral Commission website. There's an 8 memoir for recount of ballot papers, setting up the collation center, access to and security at the collation center, correction of errors in election results sheets. So there are quite a lot of things that, if we had just drummed it into people's heads about what needs to happen. So as at now, if you look at the 8 memoir, Dr. Bosman, it still does not say anything about collation and recollation, which it becomes always a contention when it comes, because then people don't apply it consistently and becomes a problem. The last thing I would also add is that a lot of the violence that happened really now begin to give incentive for political actors to now misbehave. Because if the results is not going your way, you can try and scuttle the thing so that you have a stalemate. Once the result sheets are destroyed, then, and the law is not clear on what the next steps are. So we need to take that incentive away in our next review of this whole process and try and fix it. Where it's not clear, let's try and do it. The other thing is that it has now put the security of poll workers in jeopardy. And even for us observers, we suffered some of that. Some of our observers were beaten in some of these polling stations. So the security of actors generally, when you have overwhelming force of people crowding into the polling station, it becomes very difficult, even for the police. And I have to commend the National Election Security Task Force and particularly the Army. I still don't agree that you need Army people. If you're going to deploy them, the standard operating procedures have to be very clear. At the moment, the army uses a different one, the police use a different one. They need one shared, standard operating procedure for election security that we know can manage crowds and so on. But at the moment, that's the problem. But during the 2024 election, the army was very disciplined in trying to not escalate the problem. At some point, it was not effective in curbing the violence. So we need to look at the security services people are here, to look at the protocols again and see how we can go for it. But my concluding thoughts is that we know where the problem is. We've known that for 3 elections. In this next election, we shouldn't miss the opportunity. We have at least 3.5 years to go. So let's do the work and make sure that 2028 is free, fair, and credible and peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the previous speakers and Dr. Bosman for the presentation. The challenge with this is that when you are the last to speak, you see that you cancel many of your points. But I would like to give a bit of a background. My former boss and co-founder of OneUp, Emmanuel Bombande, used to be known as a framework by the media. So I want to give a bit of a framework. And to say that elections, as Dr. Bosman and political parties have been saying, is not an event. It begins from somewhere. Several processes go into it. Eventually, then we have the elections and post-elections. And I want to say that, to move forward, we need to continue to strengthen the election management bodies. The Electoral Commission, and I think we all have much information about the mistrust, perception around it. The police, we also need to look at that. We have several other stakeholders who form part, especially the prosecutorial, frame. They also form part. So we need to look at that, And I was happy that Dr. Bosman talked about the financing. So you see that Ministry of Finance and who the Electoral Commission, for example, is subsumed for them to get their funding is also very important in this. So electoral reforms are also very important in increasing citizens' participation in our democratic processes and how that can also inure to building trust. And I think that in terms of investigations, we need to be very proactive, strengthen that by the security, and let the public know what is happening as far as infractions are concerned and relating to the elections. It's very important. Civic education, we need to strengthen that. Institutional reforms is also one of the things that we need to look at quite critically. And to put that at the doorsteps of some of these stakeholders. For example, the Electoral Commission, and fortunately, Dr. Bosman attended some of the NEC meetings. And we made point that the Commission has very laudable, novel initiatives, but very often how it communicates the initiatives creates a problem. Sometimes late, and I recall the attempt to elect our MMDCs, and how late they came out with information. By the time the Electoral Commission came out, some communication had already taken the lead, and it was not difficult for them to do damage control. So some of these things are very important. And in doing so, we would require that, the Commission reminds itself of the partiality that it is as an independent institution, and so also looking at the issue of strengthening its communication department is very important. I know that in most of the institutions as they are, they will always have such departments that deal with communication, and also imbibing the legal aspect that once the person communicates, it's not also just looking at sending out information, but mindful of the implications of such communications. And I think it's one of the things that the Electoral Commission needs to be mindful of. Then we need to advance inclusivity in our electoral processes. We have persons with disabilities, we have ethnic groups that have been marginalized in the past elections, and also political parties. And we think that this has to be strengthened. If you look at the IPAC, is it institutionalized or is it a loose platform? How do we make it, binding in terms of participation and encouraging for the political parties to participate? So we need to look at that. And if you want to decentralize, then you think about the REPACs and the DPACs that are also working. And how do we collaboratively look, work with other institutions like NCCE, the National Peace Council at those levels, to make sure that that decentralized, localized structure also works. Now, in doing so, the Electoral Commission needs to be mindful of consensus building. How do they carry everyone along and communicating difficult initiatives and decisions that at the end, everybody knows that, yes, this is what we intend to do, is for the good of country, but then it can be challenging for you. You may not agree with that. No, but this is something that can inure to our democratic development. So it's very important. So using the IPAC platforms is important, encouraging National Peace Council's participation and other key stakeholders, and then also having bilateral kind of engagements, consultative engagements that can also help. We've been saying that, and Doctor mentioned collaboration, but what we observed during the NEC meetings was that the state institutions, NCCE was complaining, about non-collaboration. The police was talking, and then also Electoral Commission. How do you strengthen collaboration amongst you? These are state institutions that would have to do something with the elections, and that needs to. For example, if the EC has initiatives and it requires civic education, how involved is the NCCE? How involved is the National Peace Council? Civil society institutions, the political parties. So we need to encourage that. If the police service, for example, has strategies that it wants to deploy in terms of securitizing our elections and electoral environment, how is it collaborating with the other institutions that have mandates and capacity to also be able to do that? We've talked about the recruitment, or composition of the commission. And I would not like to belabor that, but just to say that, can we have a structure that can facilitate the recruitment? Then the president eventually appoints. Probably it could be one of the constitutional reforms we should look at, so that it can be advertised for internal and external applicants to apply. And then we have a committee that is supposedly independent to be able to do that, to appoint, to select the most suitable candidate for the appointment of the president. That may help reduce the perception and the mistrust of, around the Electoral Commission. We've also talked about the issue of the Election Security Task Force. As I indicated, there were times, even during the NEC meetings, quite difficult for us to know what exactly is the police doing, as far as preparing towards the elections are concerned. And we have had legacies in the past of deaths, of injuries, and all that. And the expectation was that the police service should be leading us in terms of agenda and preparedness for the elections. That reassures, all the citizenry about participation. So it's important to begin to look at that. At the moment, as we are within a certain, lab, is it possible for the police to begin to do hotspot mapping, in collaboration with the Electoral Commission, for example, for us to begin to see where are the areas that we need to look at, constituencies, for example. We still have some elections that are yet to be declared, and so these are some of the legacies that we can take on board as far as the elections are concerned. So we look at the gaps and we see how we fill them. Now, I want to come to the issue of, dispute management. internal infrastructure for dispute management within the political parties and inter-party committees that can help resolve the disputes, even before they can go legal. Can we have some of these structures that are impartial and have a little bit of some integrity? Now, you look at the participation of some civil society groups, traditional leadership, religious leadership, and and I don't want to talk about the prophecies, and then afterwards we have problems in terms of dispute management, because these are institutions that have the aura, and per our structural cultural arrangements can help manage disputes, But if their attitude is that they are partial in our political arrangement, then it becomes problematic when the time is due. So I would like to end here as I've been signaled. Otherwise, I'll continue talking.
Thank you very much, the discussants. I was just talking to my co-facilitator. The 5 minutes didn't work. And so we are kind of considering, we've chopped into the participant time. But if you look at the next topic, which Prof is going to lead us, you would see that it's also about the elections. So I want to plead with you so that we just continue with the next panel, and then we can ask questions concerning both sessions together, if that's okay, because we want to manage the time and still get to lunch. Am I okay to go? Thank you very much. But let's give a huge clap to our panelists. Thank you. That was really...
Yeah, thank you. Janet, in fact, I'm sitting here thinking it's great to be a Ghanaian, because only few countries, I handle 53 countries around the world. Only few countries have seen this happening, that you bring eminent people of all shades of opinion to look at our own processes, to highlight challenges, bring out the best practices, and offer an actionable, pragmatic recommendation. I mean, Ghana is a God-old country. We deserve to be here. So, without much ado, but I think the room is a little dull. When you have to clap, you don't clap. Are you hungry? Okay, let me energize the class, the room a little bit about, Ghanaians, we like to laugh. Everything I know about Ghana, no matter what the problem is, we have a very humorous part to it. So there was this rich man who had a son. Rich men's sons are not very well brought up. He was sent to school, a very, very, very expensive school. Now, when the results came, English language, 5%. Having paid this huge amount of school fees, the father was annoyed. Science is 3%. Maths, 2%. So the father removed him from this expensive private school, sent him to a public school. Our public school, Ghana, we call it site. Anything can go. So that one, we don't pay much. So the results was worse. 1% English, 2% maths, 1% sciences. The father said, you can do whatever you want. But our mothers said, no, you cannot abandon our son. You have to do something about it. He really, really, really pleaded. And then the father said, okay, I'll take him to another place. So he took him, this sports son, to a religious school. After 1 year, the results came, 90% English language, 89% mathematics, almost 90% sciences. So the father said, hey, come here. What happened? He said, Dad, you know what? Where you took me, I realized the teachers were very wicked. Why? As soon as I got into the school, I realized that if you don't do well, they will hang you. Because I saw they've hung all the bad boys on the walls. So immediately I realized that these wicked people, I don't want to be hanged. So I have to stop everything I'm doing to learn. Apparently it happened to be a Catholic school. And all the hanging that you saw was Jesus Christ on the cross. So they say that the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. So on this note, we're going to go strictly to the next one. I'm going to call upon these eminent people, those who have their fingers on the pulse. This group, whether Ghana will bend or not after, the election is not a problem. It's always the after. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to call upon Honorable Mahama Ayariga. Is he here to come onto the stadium, the podium? Yes, then we have Honorable Alexander Afenyo Markins. Are they here? So who is representing NDC and MPP? None of them is here. We invite them. But that's what is on the preparation of election day. Then we're going to have our eminent person here, where the barrier, Reverend Dr. Fred Digby. You are here. Okay, so the NDC MPP rep, please come upstairs. Come again. But you can always. And they are not here. Okay. So what do? We have a problem. What is the Ghanaian way? We can skip. Okay, let's skip. You know, Ghanaians, we have a way of resolving our. But I wanted to hear about doctors so much. But I think we say we. Yeah, if you have something to offer, why not? Because you observe it. And then we have another lady, Mrs. Linda. Is it Linda Ofori Kwafo? Is he here? Is he here? Oh, let's have the two of them. Yes. Please. Yes, continue. We have two of them. They can do justice. Don't forget about those who always fight, the MPP and DC. They will continue to fight. That's okay. Let's listen to our eminent. Thank you. Let's listen to our eminent. After all, we can finish this quickly and go for lunch. Yeah, so that's all right. So we're going to look at the election day, the integrity of voter register. Then we look at the nomination process. Then we look at the election logistics. And then including the ballot printing and the general procurement. So without much ado, before we go for lunch, we have our eminent balance. We have an eminent gentleman and eminent lady who are here to do justice to us. So without much ado, if we're ready, who go first? The lady goes first. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And permit me to stand on existing protocols, all the big people in the room. I acknowledge your presence here. Reverend Digby said we have the Reverend and the Reverend's wife on the panel. So everything we say here, please take it as it's from the Lord. to the congregants. Okay, so let me start. I think when we are doing an assessment or an evaluation of the past, the election that took place in 2024, it's very good for us to acknowledge the progress that we have made as a country. I do anti-corruption. I've done it for over 20 years, and anytime I always say that in as much as you don't see the results, so you don't see the results of anti-corruption fights everywhere, it doesn't mean we've not done anything. We've actually made some good progress, and it's always good for us to acknowledge. So from where we're coming from, Ghana has really made some good progress when it comes to our electioneering processes, preparations before, and then preparations and what happens on the election day as well. So when it comes to the voter register, the candidates nomination, the election logistics, the ballot management and procurement and institutional transparency, obviously there are still some existing challenges, but then we have made good progress since 1992 when we actually had our first multi-party elections, and when there were allegations of register bloating, and then leading to low turnout, and then the stolen verdicts and all that, we are all very much aware. And then the changes that took place between the period of 1992-1996 is worth mentioning. And the IPAC, the total registration in 1995, and all that is very, very important. Transitioning from the transparent ballot boxes, cardboard voting screens, syllable boxes, and the rest, and then we had the voter turnout subsequently going high to 78.3% at some point. Now, do we have challenges that we still have to deal with when it comes to the voter register? Obviously, we do have. And the happenings of the 2024 elections confirms this to a very large extent. We are all very, if you remember correctly, the pre-election disputes to the voter roll irregularities that led to NDC protesting for alleged illegal transfer all in the register, leading to the nationwide protests in September 2024. This we cannot actually just sweep under the carpet. We need to actually know how we deal with such issues going forward. So obviously, we still have issues with the voter register, even as in the 2024 elections. It actually led to the EC subsequently suspending the district director and making corrections. But the distrust actually lingers. And I want us to refer to the Afrobarometer findings that actually point to the fact that if we have issue with the voter register, then obviously, and the way and manner the NDC carried on and made it known to everybody, EC coming in to resolve the issues, still Afrobarometer points us to the fact that there is already, people do not trust the commission as they should. I listened to Dr. Bosman and presentation and the good things that he said about the commission, but this is data. So when in 1999, we had a lot of people, almost 63% of people who were surveyed by the Afrobarometer saying that they trust the commission. 2005 was its peak, 75% said they trust the commission. 2022, 33% said they trust the commission. So I'm talking about what may be challenges with the voter register and the results that it can actually leads to mistrust, and that's what happened. And so if you are evaluating what happened in 2024, then you have to take these things into consideration. The next election, what are we going to do to ensure that we do not have such mistrust? A voter register is very, very fundamental and very key and to any election. I remember some time back when law students said, We're not going to write the examination because they think that the questions were not appropriate. Voter register is the main thing, is the big thing before the election itself takes place. So then if we have to do anything, we have to try to get it right before the mistrust continues. So fundamentally, the observation is that trust in the EC actually went down. And I think the voter register and its issues could have contributed not only in the last year, but in the previous years, and so we should be able to resolve same. Are we encountering new problems with the voter register? Yes, inadequate voter education, and I'm very happy that Dr. Bosman mentioned that going forward, they plan to collaborate a lot with institutions like the NCC and civil society organization. I was telling my colleagues at the table that we've heard this before, haven't we? How many times haven't we said that there is the need for NCC to really join the commission and be given resources to do massive voter education? So if you think that the people who are voting are all of us here in Accra, then we are lying. To be frank, the people in our villages, in our hometowns, they still do not get it. Even myself, I did not really follow the education. I saw some few things, did it well on telly and here and there, but on the day of voting, I still didn't even know I could go vote without my ID card because I couldn't find my ID card anywhere. And so I actually got to the place, and it was so simple, but yes, even me at my level. They said I was a lawyer. Well, I'm a lawyer, but I didn't know until the day of voting. So can you imagine the people from Ijuma Kubisiasi, my hometown, my grandmother, my mother? I actually encouraged my parents to go vote, and when they went, they couldn't vote. My father couldn't vote because he was told he didn't do something, didn't go check his name. And so it was not there. And I didn't know, yet I was the one who encouraged them to go and vote. And so I think we need to do more when it comes to voter education. And inadequate voter education could actually contribute to the rejected ballots. I must say in 2024, we did very well. There was a bit of decline when it comes to rejected ballots, but still the numbers are around the 240,000. And can you imagine a very tight contest, what this can do to any of the big parties and what it can do to any of the small parties where I belong to, bringing us up for us to make some good names. Specifically, when you talk about Boko Central, 6,277 ballots rejected is not an easy number at all. And I think it is coming from inadequate. So, Electoral Commission, I'm not saying we didn't do well as a country, but I think we can do better. And if we do more voter education, then we should be able to reduce the rejected ballots, in my opinion. And the issue of Ikuya Donko of blessed memory passing on in October 28th, but still we haven't her name on the register is something that we should be able to. This could have been avoided if we have done a bit more procedural rigidity and all that. We should be able to have addressed those issues. Forgive me, I do anti-corruption, so I say it as it is. It doesn't mean I don't acknowledge the good things that you do. Okay, so how do we ensure that the voter register is of the highest quality standards? I think an independent audit of our register. And it's being done in Senegal and Kenya. So Ghana can actually do better if we have an independent audit of. And forgive me if some of the things I say are things that are already being done, then it means that we can do more than what we currently do. And so, yes, and that's okay. Candidates nomination. I love my country. I'll finish very slowly. So we are very good at putting things in legislation from the constitutional provisions, Article 63, Article 94, CI, that we use for elections, and all that 127 actually outlines the process from the beginning on what we should do. So we have everything penned down when it comes to legislation and policies to help us in candidates nomination and all the issues related to that. and then Electoral Commission having to regulate all this. It's well laid out. The processes are known, the notice of election, completion of the requirements for presidential candidates, the nomination fee. I was very happy when Doctor said it has been reduced, 75% for women, and then persons with, I don't know whether you mentioned persons with disability. Yes, if it does the case, I think next 4 years I should be able to mobilize at least 75% of 10,000 to contest for my constituency. Just I don't have a constituency, everywhere is occupied, but I will look for one. But for the presidential candidates, 100,000 is still quite a huge amount. I want to be president, but I do have 100,000 in my bank account. So all these things are well laid out. Also, we can actually draw lessons, once again, from the Senegal model. For instance, in Senegal, for example, there is a strict vetting by the Constitutional Council called the Candidates Review Commission. And so it is not only the EC that vets candidates' eligibility. And their review is very tight and with multiple deadlines and stages. So an independent judicial vetting body with the authority to audit sponsorships, increase transparency, and reduces politicization of disqualifications. And I was really surprised with some names that we had were disqualified and not get on the ballot box. People who have contested elections over and over again, if even they could get disqualified. And I'm wondering, those of us who want to now think about, and when it comes to the corrections window, the 5 days I think is very still small for people to correct all the issues they have going around the country to collect all these signatures. And then if I make mistakes, they're giving me 5 days to correct, or if they have to go back. The ballot positioning, there needs to be more transparency. So already a transparent process. I was even laughing when I was trying to prepare my notes. It's already a transparent process, but still we had, and we always have, the party in opposition accusing the EC of actually conniving to get the incumbents the good positions. So it actually happened in the last election as well, and we have to do more when it comes to the process. So then about 11 out of 24 presidential aspirants, I'm trying to summarize the point I was just making, were disqualified, which highlight procedural misunderstandings, and the multiple lawsuits followed, alleging vague guidance and unfairness. So society could actually call for greater clarity and real-time error notification, and that's what I'm emphasizing again. The 5 days is still very short. And then there can be digital submission platforms with real-time validation of endorsements and documents. There has to be nomination support centers, if it's possible, in the 16 regions. So people pick forms and they need support for them to fill and complete the forms to minimize the mistakes that they do. That will also be. And then if the public nomination process is still very inadequate, maybe a live stream ballot positioning draw to promote more integrity is what I would recommend. But for me, the process is so far not too bad, but we can do more to ensure that we don't have the instances of political parties accusing themselves depending on where you are. Lastly, I think the procurement issue is big issue. I was talking to my friends on the table that I didn't hear so much about Doctor when he was talking about their budgets and procurement issues, but then the issue of the medicine materials and ahead of the election, allegations emerging over missing laptops, election kits, which triggered the NDC demands for independent EC audits, is something that we cannot also sweep under the carpet. And then we know EC is an independent organization, but then they should actually adopt more transparency measures, accountability measures when it comes to the use of the resources that have been given to them. We have to establish very clear procurement procedures. We are not saying this to trample over your independence and I want to know what's happening every day, but at least what can we do to make the people have trust and confidence in us that the election processes that we are putting in place, especially procurement where the money is, we actually put in measure very clear procedures for everybody to know, very transparent selection criteria, opening contracts and justification of the decisions that you are making. And then you coming to us, give us more information, not allowing, waiting for the speculations to go on for a very long time before you hold meetings to address the issues. I think information accountability top-down will be required when it comes to this particular one. And I call it citizen engagement. Engage all of us, and not only the big people who can have opportunity of visiting your offices and be part of those press conferences. That's it. I am done, and I think I deserve a better hand clap.
Wow. I can see that I did very well by asking her to speak first, so I don't have anything to say. And lest I be accused of not saying anything, I'll say a few things and try not to repeat. But start with a real episode. I decided to go and buy some seeds to sow in my garden to plant, and my son decided to follow me. Then he took a t-shirt. I saw what he was wearing, but I didn't care because the election was over. It was Kodio t-shirt. I went to the shop. He is not interested in farming, so he stood somewhere looking at whatever. And I went round. All I noticed was that there were people surrounding him, asking, one man said, I didn't vote, so are you sure that the electoral register was correct? My son was shivering. And another one said, so all this ink that they kept changing, green and blue, who decided when they should change it? By that time, the son was sweating. He said, please, the man is over there asking. And when the son said, oh, sir, are you the man? I said, I'm not the electoral commissioner. That is just to say that for once, I realized that Ghanaians take note of a lot of things, and given the appropriate forum, they may even embarrass an innocent boy who was underage, who had nothing to do with anything, and ask him questions. The moral of the story, let's be careful what we do, because you don't know when people act or react. So we've been given four things to say. We've said a lot about them already. Integrity of the voter register, nomination process, election logistics, and general procurement. So let me just fill in with some of these bullets. Now, some of the challenges we face, as my co-panelists have said, including our director, Kojo Asante, they are not new. Because credible elections are not merely procedural milestones. They are foundational, and they give legitimacy and stability to our society and the trust of our people, as I've shared in that anecdote. So if you see them doing certain things and we don't talk, we may pay dearly for it. Over the years, let's take the voters register. Over the years, significant investment have been made to improve it. Yet in 2024 election, some of the familiar problems resurfaced. Delays in releasing the provisional register left the political parties and independent candidates with very limited time to scrutinize its contents. You may remember the back and forth. This eroded the confidence and fueled unnecessary suspicion. Now, while some of these challenges are long-standing, we saw new pressures, heightened litigation, compressed timelines, and public perception of the process that it lacked transparency. We proposed a few things. When I say propose, we, talking about Kodio. First, we need to enforce the statutory timelines without exception as much as possible. This will help avoid last-minute publication and the panic that comes, the distribution, redistribution, we didn't get it, the pen drive or I don't know whether it was pen drive or floppy disk or whatever some people got. You can't tell whatever some of the complaints are about. Second, institutionalize an independent external audit of the register before final certification. We talked about it already, I did not repeat. Thirdly, leverage technology to publish the provisional register online, so every citizen can easily access and verify their details. So again this year, whether you can check it online by paying or not paying, or some people's was paid for by their party, so they could get it with some codes. I think we have 3.5 more years to put our house in order. Secondly, candidate nomination. One of my friends decided to be a candidate from a party. I was really impressed about his courage. Later on, when he was one of the people who was dropped, while he was dropped, he still days up to today, brooding over the amount of money he lost. The disqualification of 11 out of 24 candidates due to procedural errors is not only regrettable, but symptomatic of deeper gaps in the clarity and uniform application of the rules. We've been talked to about it already. Let's do what needs to be done. How do we cure that? We need to, one, develop clear, publicly accessible nomination guides, including templates and checklists to minimize errors. If we're encouraging people to vote, they must know what to do. When they miss it themselves, they have themselves to blame. Two, it is possible to organize pre-nomination clinics or training sessions for aspirants and their representative. The youth are militants. Some Johnny just comes, they may want to pay some money and take part in this so that they prepare themselves. In churches that we have pre-marital classes. Just come and see whether you are ready to marry and have a child or not. You may even give them, some of them, may give them babies, doll babies to take care of, feed them every 4 or 5 hours and change their diapers. They say, hey, if that's what it takes to marry and have a child, I think I need 5 more years. So, instead of letting people have all kinds of fantasies about how they govern this nation, just give some clinics to them. It's possible, SCCE or whatever, and let them try it, and they'll get some education and some wake up to reality so that they don't come and gamble with the public's conscience and headaches after they've come to power. Then they're using us for experimentation. Number 3, automate and publicly live stream ballot position allocation to enhance transparency and fairness. Oh, what even this one also did in Ghana, I cannot believe it. Who is balloting? Is it a lotto machine? The ball, the difference between this and that? Well, we are learning, but we can learn from this. Thirdly, election logistics and ballot management. The leakage of ballot papers, whether it was found by the EC itself or not, the serial number mismatches, and the inclusion of a deceased candidate's name were deeply disconcerting. These lapses did not only undermine public confidence. We know that this is a human institution and therefore liable to all kinds of things. But when it comes to some of these highly competitive duopoly environment, anything that you get wrong is misinterpreted for the benefit of those who are misinterpreting. So as much as possible, let's avoid these human errors. It does not make us saints. There's a question I'm begging to ask, which I'll ask here. You see, I think sometimes the much touted independence of the EC, and then I heard Albert and Co talking about collaboration and consensus. How do you balance that? I'm fiercely independent, or am I fiercely independent, or I'm dependent on you? How do you draw the line between collaboration and what's the other big word? Independence, and then you consult, so that what happens? And what's the power of the iPad? So if I'm an instrument, if I'm created by law, and this is what the law says, why am I supposed to listen to you? I invite you, say what you want to say. After all, the court itself said there's a difference between in consultation with and on the advice of. If you are not sure, there's an eminent justice on your table. It can tell you what it means. So we are in this country where there are all kinds of clauses that mean a different thing, and the EC can claim each step when it wants to the detriment of the public. When the elephants fight, we eat the grass, we suffer. As we go forward, we propose that we allow citizen observer groups to observe this process of election ballot management, allow or require suppliers to comply with international security and quality standards. 3, establish contingency protocols and maintain buffer stocks to avoid the need for last-minute reprinting. Even that one, thank you, Dr. Bosman, for telling us how much you lost by overprinting. You see, we overprinted because we wanted to avoid this. You can't win. Whichever way you turn the game, you won't win. For human beings, we are so suspicious. But you did well, and we say you were printing some 50,000 ballot papers, or is it 500,000 or 5 million? The ones that were caught in Ashanti region or somewhere that did not vote, or 20,000 ballot papers that were stuck somewhere. You can hear all kinds of things on the media, wherever they got that information from. Only they know it. The last one, procurement and institutional transparency. Transparent procurement processes are essential. This has come up after almost every election. What do we propose we do if we want to consider it? There should be a proactive publication of all procurement plans and awarded contracts related to elections. Secondly, involve civil society organizations and independent observers in the procurement oversight to bolster public trust. And thirdly, strengthen regulations to include clear sanctions for breaches of procurement rules and conflict of interest. Colleagues and friends, the credibility of our elections does not rest solely on any single institution or stakeholder. It is a shared responsibility that demands a commitment to learning, reform, and continuous improvement. While we shall acknowledge the strides we have made, we must not shy away from confronting the gaps that persist. Let us be guided by the understanding that credible elections are the bedrock of our national cohesion and democratic legitimacy. As CODEO, we remain resolute in our commitment to working with all stakeholders, state institutions, political parties, civil society, and media citizens to secure the integrity of Ghana's election and strengthen the foundations of our democracy. Thank you for your attention. God bless Ghana. And we look forward to a rich and constructive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, eminent personalities on this high table. You know, the political parties are losing out. They should be here to make their case. Tell them wherever they are. We needed them to come and make their case because most of the problem, I said, the political parties are losing out. They should have been here to make their case. Okay. Oh, okay, I get it. NDC, MPP should have been here. So we're going to give you space. We have 10 minutes before we are taking 10 minutes from the lunch, and we're going to do question and answers. Sorry. Yeah, on time. So we can take 10 minutes. But what I'm getting from the eminent people on this stage was that, you know, they're saying the sweetness of the pudding lies in what? They're eating. But when it comes to elections, it's not like that. The sweetness of the pudding lies in the preparation. Because if you wait, if you don't prepare properly, from what I'm hearing, it will be too late. If you don't prepare properly, life may be lost. Integrity is at stake. Public trust is at stake at the end. So we don't want to wait. So we should prepare very well from the first panel and the second one. We have had in fact, we can have, if we start through, you could see how Ghana elections is conducted. All the challenges and the problems have been laid out. Recommendations have been made. So this is the time for question and answers. So if you have a question, this is the time. I could see, okay, I'm going to start from my table. It's not biased. I'm starting from where I was sitting. I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you. I think the right to vote or the composition of the voters register starts with Article 42. And it reads, every citizen of Ghana of 18 years of age or above and of sound mind has the right to vote and is entitled to be registered as a voter for the purposes of public elections and referenda. So this is the starting point for the compilation of our voters register. For a very long time, we have not paid due service to this article until a suit was brought in the Supreme Court in 2015, one of the Abu Ramadan series of cases which we consolidated. That was a suit that arose because the plaintiff then insisted that using the NHIS card as one of the documents to register a voter was unconstitutional. Sheikh, you recall. And when we read the NHIS card, because I was on that case, we realized that it hasn't got any criteria for being a Ghanaian citizen. The only qualification to have an NHIS card was to be resident in Ghana for over 6 months. You qualify to have an NHIS card. And they had used that card to register many people because it was appealing the health aspect. And it was a very difficult decision for the Supreme Court to come to. But we had to come to that decision, but give the people the opportunity to re-register with other documents. Now, if you use the driver's license, which was also a source document then, we realized that the driver's license was also not restricted to only Ghanaians. If you are in Ghana and you learn how to drive, you can get a driver's license. Baptismal certificate, my Lord Bishop is here. It is no proof that you are a Ghanaian. You are born somewhere, these are your parents. So we must make sure that we guard our citizenship, because voting is restricted to only Ghanaian citizens. And we therefore need to be very circumspect in insisting on the composition of a credible register by complying with the requirements in Article 42. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice. We're going to go to a lady before we come back. Angela. Angela, please.
Post the election. That would be interesting to know. Secondly, Linda, you talked about an independent audit of the voters register. Now, independent audit has come with several interpretations since the last election. So if you can be clear on what you mean by independent audit, it might help. Lastly, I also noticed that a lot of proposals are coming already, and I don't know whether NPC is collecting them in, with a view to proposing legislation or constitutional amendments or subsidiary legislation. I think we need to collect the information in such a way that these proposals can immediately be made, because 2.5 years, 3 years is just around the corner. So that.
Okay, thank you. Where should we begin?
Let's could you handle this one, and Linda, then I come to you. So hold on to your mic.
Thank you very much. So the setup issue, there are two issues. One, the Electoral Commission tried to deal with, but I think they were not successful in some of the most important areas. Most polling stations, particularly in the urban areas, where you have over 100 polling stations, if close-up polls, most people will be done very quickly, and now they are all moving to the collation center. What the Electoral Commission tried to do was, how do you separate the people from the process? It didn't resolve the management of the crowd around the process, because one thing we said was that if people are outside and they have to imagine everything that's going on inside, then rumor would basically drive the process. So either you have a screen outside showing everything that's going on. So because if they did the coding but didn't add the screens, then the rumor thing still worked out. It became a problem. But the other thing was poll workers moving from the polling station to the collation center, so it became a problem. Then they have to come through the crowd. They enter the cordon area. But they have the ballot papers, they have all those things that if they are attacked, nobody really by the time. So there is a whole chain that we have to address in order to secure, all the process.
Now I'll go to another question that have to be answered before I come back to, because we can't allow the questions to be hanging. So let's deal with them, then we move on. So, right.
So, Doc, so then the Electoral Commission, when I talk about the independent audit, what comes to mind is the Electoral Commission is responsible for the compilation of the voters register. It's responsible by law to carry out a number of activities. So with this responsibility, the issue of who audits the auditor comes to mind. So if I talk about an independent auditor, audits, as is done in other jurisdictions, who sort of ensures that even what the auditor, the Electoral Commission is doing is in line with the laws, the constitutional provisions? My lord just talked about Article 42, as whatever it is, whatever procedures we put in place, whatever CIs we have to regulate the election, who is going to ensure that what the Electoral Commission is doing is following due process? We are not saying we don't trust them. They are independent organizations, but the parties, when we are contesting an election, you know the way and manner to do it here in this country, in other jurisdictions, so that the people will have much confidence and trust. How do we? So we should have a conversation. We should have a conversation about how it should be done. It doesn't lie in my head alone. All that I know is that there should be an audit of a sort. But then if other jurisdictions are doing, how do they do it? Can we go learn from them? And then I'm not thinking of appointing one person here or there, but then there could be another form of audit to be done. And that is what I'm calling for. Thank you.
Thank you. During the last election, the police election task force assured us that they tried to establish the EC, that the EC had a job of organizing election, but the management of the security and the details should be left for the police. So they came up with what they call the level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Some of us saw immediately a possibility of trouble, because at the collation center, where there will be 2 unarmed policemen, if they feel threatened, then they should call for a backup and a backup to go. Some of the information we have, I wasn't there, was that when people knew all those things because the police put it out there, and I wanted them to respond to it. So when they knew that this is the arrangement, so all you do is mask the place massively, cover the police, make sure they are even organized. They will not even have the phone to call anybody because they themselves are not armed. And by the time you do, you say jack, the place has been attacked or vandalized, and nobody can come in or go out. So you see, the thieves or the people who plan evil, they're always ahead of those who are trying to do law enforcement. So I would be well educated to see whether the step 1, 2, 3, 4 work for the police, and if that is still not the problem that we are facing in Ablekuma, Ayawa, so where's Ablekuma? Whether those things are still not playing out up to now.
So the audits could be forensic audits.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to take 2 more questions and we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I think on the collation centers, let me say that in 2024, we had a meeting with the police and it was agreed that they were going to take the lead in the areas that would be appropriate for use as collation centers. So we wrote to our district officers, work with the police commanders in your various jurisdictions to determine the appropriate. So some of the places we used in 2020, the police themselves said, no, we can't provide security here. Opted for. And the challenge we also have as an institution is that most of the collation centers are private, a number of them are for private individuals. So at times when they give them to you, there are certain things you cannot. I remember even we used the Odoko Church, the police church, in 2020. Certain things were destroyed there. So 2024, they said no, they won't allow us. So it was the IGP who said no, they had to allow us. So that's the challenge. On the audit of the register, the forensic or the independent, the commission said we will not allow that. The reason we will not allow that, if we're a political party, before we begin exhibiting the register, we give you a copy. And before we would exhibit the register, we also register people. And you have your agents at each of the polling stations or the registration centers. If we're a party, you should have all these details. So later, when we give the register to you, you should be able to compare the details you have. And the exhibition of the register is an audit of the register. It's supposed to identify the problems. So during the presentation, I even said, we give a template to the parties. Go and check the register if there are problems. And they came back and there were problems with the register. And you know, we did the biometric, and out of the almost 12 million people who voted, only 11,000 people were not verified electronically. But they went through a manual verification. So clearly, and it's the reason we believe that when you talk about audit, what kind of audit? The system, the CI 127 provides for that. And we know that for most of the political parties, when you give them the register, it will be sent to their district branches, they'll put them. But when you follow the procedures very well, you realize that the registration, you know the numbers. So you should be able to compare the report. You draw the EC's attention to it. Then we address those problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is clarification. My sister Lucy mentioned Boko Central. And you said that because there were huge numbers of rejected ballots and inefficiency. Please, that is not it. You use it that there is inefficiency somewhere in the Boko rejected ballot. It has nothing to do with inefficiencies. As a commission, we have investigated that and realized that it is rooted in the conflict there. Boko is made up of Kusasis and Mampusis. Fortunately for us, all the parliamentary candidates in that constituency were Kusasis. So the Mampusis decided they will not vote for Kusasis. If you look at the presidential results, it is not like that. So where the Mampusis are dominated, we recorded higher ballot. In fact, some centers, both NDC and MPP, did not get any vote. So it is not like somebody did not educate them well, but it was rooted on their the challenges that we find there. Again, on receipt of nomination, we gave out 5 days. That 5 days is a period that they should submit the nomination, completed nomination forms. The forms are given to them weeks ahead to enable them go around and get them completed. The 5-day period given is for them to bring or submit the completed nomination form to the Electoral Commission. So it's not that we give them 5 days and we tell them to go around as was indicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the clarification. I'll come back. when I come, they won't come here. So let me go to. Okay. You want after him? Give it to him.
The next day, we were told that the people of SAR have no representation in Parliament. 2024, similarly, when all was done, we have been told the people of Abrikumanov have no representation in Parliament. Is this a scorecard that the EC is proud of? Answer me yes or no before you go on to explain.
Well, this is a plot interrogation. Yes, go ahead.
Before you go on.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have two quick questions
and
maybe a comment. So we're talking here about elections, and elections, of course, the Electoral Commission is the referee, the regulator, and all of that, and the actors in the political parties. And talking about the strengthening of our democracy is also required that our political parties go by the rules, not just when it comes to elections, whether they participate or otherwise. There are regulations and rules that political parties are supposed to go by. So my question to Dr. Boswan and the team from the EC is in relation to an RTR request that we made to the Commission about compliance of the political parties when it comes to asset declarations and filing of their finances and all of that. Because political party financing has become a major issue. Now, we were made to pay for the record that the EC was giving us. Only for us to pay, and the record they gave indicated that they were not doing their work, which is that political parties are not filing their records as required by law, and nobody is enforcing it. So on the few occasions where they've done, we see the discrepancies and all of that. The second question I have is about the regional coalition centers. I think there have been issues about that. And they say if it is not broken, you don't try to fix it. What was that supposed to fix? The introduction of the regional coalition centers. What was broken about the previous system? And what was it supposed to kill? And how far has that worked effectively? And if you allow me, just a quick one on, you see, the trust and mistrust. For us to have a country where for 4 years, a group of citizens in a particular country have no representation in Parliament, and then move back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, till 4 years, before this group gets represented in Parliament. I think it's quite problematic. And how we cure such developments in the future, I think is very, very important.
Thank you. I think most of the questions directed to Doc here.
Thank you. I thought our panel was over. But let me start by commenting on the SAL. The SAL issue, when people accuse the Electoral Commission, then they are not being fair to the Commission. In 2020 November, the Parliament passed an airline which created the Guan district. 9th November, election was supposed to take place on 7th December. So as soon as that district was created, a letter was written to the Electoral Commission by the then Minister for Local Government that because the district had been created on the 9th of November or so, the EC should take the steps to create a constituency for the people of SAR, the Guan district. That letter was received around 12th or 14th of November. The time we received the letter, the Parliament had gone on recess to campaign for the elections. So the EC was completely incapacitated. And in the Constitution, it's very clear that you cannot have one constituency straddling between two regions. And the local government law is also clear that one MP cannot represent two districts. So because the district was created, automatically the people have now left the voter region to OT. part of the Jasekai district. So the commission was not in a position to do that. Unfortunately, people blame the EC instead of blaming the parliament. Because the EC, we don't speak about certain things. It's the parliament, they pass the law. And once they pass the law, they should have known that the time will not be enough for the EC to create a constituency. So when people accuse us that, oh, why did you? And unfortunately for our constitution, anytime you create a constituency, they must wait for the next election. And the next election was supposed to be 24. So when people blame the EC, it's as if people know that this is what the law says. The EC was not, if we had our way, after the election, we could have said, let's go back and let's have election for them so that they will have a representation in parliament. So we must also look at our constitution very well so that when that happens in future, then I think the commissioner said all the things we have done to ensure that they have a representation. Fortunately, yesterday we had a meeting with the parties and we have agreed on a roadmap. And I think somebody mentioned that, I don't know, somebody mentioned that the problems, I would say about 99.9% is the political parties. It's the political parties. And I think that Ghanaians, we must claim our democracy. The democracy is for Ghanaians, not for political parties. We allow the parties to hijack. And there are voices that are very independent. And we don't speak. You look at the parties, I think you were mentioning about the Afrobarometer. We had a point to say, no, don't believe in the outcome of the Afrobarometer. The political parties have people in all the districts. They are speaking to radio stations. The EC only speaks from Accra. And when you are conducting a research, people who have been misinformed that this is what is being happening, you ask them, what are your views about the EC? This is what they are going to say. We look at the data that came and we said, the EC did elections in 2020, and this election was adjudged as the best in the continent. European Union gave us 95%. African Union, they gave all the, since then we haven't done any work. So on what basis do you do a research and you say the trust level is 33% when nothing has been done? So we have the reason to question. And we believe that I used to work in that area. When people have certain information and you ask them, they will respond in that manner. So I think that the problem is the parties. And we shouldn't forget that the parties are about winning. The EC, we don't care about who is winning, or we need to make sure that the structures are in place. And when you go everywhere in our continent, we mention Ghana democracy, they know we are the best in the business. So I think that the SAL is not proper when people blame the Electoral Commission. Thank you.
I was wondering, you have a follow-up question.
I on my feet to place it on record that yesterday, yes, there was indeed a meeting. There was indeed a meeting between the EC and the political parties. And I want to state it on record. We, as the political party, never agreed on what has been communicated. And I'll give you the evidence. On the 3rd of June, we wrote to the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And when I say we, the New Patriotic Party, we wrote on the 3rd of June to the Electoral Commission of Ghana, requesting the completion of the Ablekuma constituency and coordinated 3 polling stations. The Electoral Commission responded to us on the 11th of June. Of which copies of the letters I have here. They responded indicating their preparedness to complete the 3 uncoordinated polling stations, of which they have fully discharged their official duty and to see the Parliament the House of Records, invited the Electoral Commission of Ghana on the 19th of this month. They appeared before Parliament, told Parliament that nothing is stopping them from finishing the uncoordinated source of 3 polling stations. This is very consistent. They said they were waiting for the security to provide them with the needed security to finish that. Then in the next moment, all that you have said, you are pushing us to the truth of us to go and do elections in 9 polling stations. Very incoherent. We as a political party did not agree to that. And the Party will be speaking to the people of Ghana on this matter. I want it to be placed on record. We did not agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's yeah.
So when I go to that table, that will be the end. So do you have any reaction? Shake. Yes. No, we can't have. Shake.
Thank you so much. My question to Mr. Bosman, what is, because we are very particular about election education, and at this stage where we are, and I hear the colossal numbers involved in the rejected ballots, I can't understand it. And we have spoken about the need for education. So the challenge, pardon me for this frankness, what is the challenge between EC and NCCE? Because we must address the issue of the why and the hows of election. This is so important. That collaboration is very, very important. What are the aspects of your work that will fall squarely within the domain of NCCE that we can allow them to do to support your work? My second point is, I'm worried that you have explained very well the SAL situation. The communication is weak. And so the public is not understanding. For the political parties, once it plays to their advantage or their disadvantage, there's the way they speak. But you are those in charge. So if the SAL situation is not your problem, who is your communicator? You used to have a very effective communication system. Pardon me, I was using this Jack Basu. I think he was doing very well. Well, pardon me if I mention his name. But you need somebody who communicates very well so that if there's any mischief, pardon my language again, played by the political parties to influence public perception, then you have the duty to be able to do that. This thing you have explained it several times, the chairperson has explained, and you have also done so here. But the public thinks that there was something wrong with your work. That's why the people of SAL were not represented. Can you communicate this very well with the public?
Sheikh, I think the challenge we have is that, as I said, the political parties have people who speak for them in all the constituencies. So lately what we've learned is that what you have, say it every day. Oh, no, but per our mandate, districts must resort. We are a state agency, so we can't say district. No, we so that's our challenge, but we have to be repeating. I remember this, we've talked about severally, but we have to be repeating. Regarding the EC and the NCC, we at the Commission, we've always known that ours is to educate people on how they should vote. And NCC's job is to educate the people on why they should vote. But there have been several instances of collaboration. But to be fair to NCC, what we've noticed is that usually their budgetary allocations Ideally, we need a collaboration, but they should be able to do things on their own. But what we know is that the resources to do, so if this platform will push for that, is something that will really help. But in terms of problems, we don't have any problem. They're the same building, so we are working on that. Thank you.
So do you have education unit in, because we don't hear much of your education. Yeah.
The rejected ballots, if we are not very careful, we may think that it's because people are uneducated. We do elections for Ghana Medical and Dental Council. Medical doctor, we still have rejected ballots. Ghana Medical and Dental Council, we still record rejected ballots. So I know there is some research in the Latin American areas. At times, the people who vote rejected, when you ask them, they say it's a protest vote. So we shouldn't think that when people vote rejected, then it means they don't know what they are doing. Maybe there may be some few who know what they are doing, but there are others to send a signal that maybe they don't like what is happening. So all these are things, but in terms of education, I think we do a lot in that regard.
Very active education unit. I'm here to see that. Okay, last one.
Hello. And if they have identified the causes, what steps are they taking to address those issues in the coming election? And my second question goes to Bishop Dr. Susan Eti. She talked about the improvement in elections. But for me, I think we've had issues in 2020, 2024, which weren't happening before. Like the deaths that were recorded, and then this issue and Abdul Kumasi not issue. So can she explain properly the improvement she has? Thank you.
Dr. Bosman, I'm sorry, I have to add to your problems. Two issues seem to be It's on. Okay. There are two issues which we seem to be brushing under the carpet all the time. We allude to them, but nobody sees what's going on. One is campaign finance. The other one is about proxy voting. I'm talking, on the second issue, I'm talking specifically about diaspora voting. We have created a diaspora office in the office of the president, but I don't see much happening in respect of the voting that our compatriots abroad can participate in our elections. We all start Ghana as one of the countries benefiting a lot from diaspora remittances. And I think it amounts to some sort of taxation without representation. If we are sending us remittances, I think it's about time we get them to vote in the elections. And then campaign finance. That is one of the biggest threats to our democracy. Okay. So I just want to know specifically what is happening in that area. Thank you.
Okay, then your last.
Prof, something surprised me to that. Prof, thank you. I think we can want to tell me.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
I think the problem, the ECs, when you look at our functions as stated at Article 45, why the people don't vote or why they voted, that one is not part of our mandate. We'll leave it to them. If even we do our own, then we will keep it to ourselves. That's society, NCC, and other well placed to establish why. Because we did more work in terms of education in 2024 than 2020. Look at 2020 was COVID time, and we recorded 79%. But we need to also put things in perspective. In Ghana, one of the challenges we have is removing them from register. If all of us here will testify, there could be people in our families who have passed on, but their names will still be in the voters' register. And in 2020, the register was compiled in 2020 when we voted in 2020. So chances of the number of deaths will be lower. And when you look at the data will tell you that those who are above 20 years, 18, every year about 150 to 160,000 people are dying. But when you look at the numbers we removed from the voters register, you don't get those numbers. You don't get those numbers. So I think that will also influence the turnout. So maybe if the dead have been removed, maybe this 63 point could have been 70% or 68 in that manner. Now, in terms of campaign financing, I think the problem we are having is that the laws, political parties law, it regulates political parties, but not candidates. It regulates, and we see the adverts and the billboards by the candidates. Then they will bring you a badge, a return saying that they spent 100,000. But when you ask how much is one billboard, you are saying 400,000. And when you are from Accra going to Takrady, you've seen about 20. So the law regulates political parties, but not necessarily the candidates. So it's something as a country we need to think about, so that we get to know if we're a candidate, who are the people giving you money? How much are you spending the money? If we need a law which will say if you want to support a party, there should be a limit amount within which you can contribute, as is done elsewhere. Now for the proxy voting, with reference to the people in the diaspora, we've done some work in that regard. No, there was a high court ruling that all Ghanaians abroad should be allowed to vote. And when we did the analysis, to do registration in all parts of the world, we noticed that there were about 193 or so countries that have Ghanaians. So that would mean the Electoral Commission should go to all these countries. Now you take even the US alone, for example, where you worked at. They are talking about 50 states plus one. So how do we have, and when we even go to one state, so we've been working on it, engaging the Ghanaians abroad. In 2020, we tabled a CI on it to Parliament. And the Parliament said they wanted to do some consultations on their own. And you know that Parliament passed, and a new Parliament has come in. So we need to look at it. So it's something which is very, very complex. But then since you mentioned proxy, we have proxy vote in Ghana. But it seems most of our people, when we had, last year, 2024, we had less than 2,000 people taking advantage of it. So if we are Ghanaian abroad, once you are a registered voter, you can arrange for somebody to do that. But looking at our population, the numbers are very, very... So we think that as an institution, we need to do a lot of education in that regard. Because some will be traveling. And by the time they won't come, just when tomorrow they are about to leave, then they will come to the commission. Can I arrange for someone to vote for me? But we have a period within which we do that. Thank you.
I think it is a good stage to come back to the high table for us to finish, run it off.
So thank you very much. I just wanted to make... Okay. So I wanted to clarify things that is being alleged I made. I didn't. So I didn't use the word inefficiency, boss. I don't have representation. I have, because I thought it was going to be question and answers. So I have a lot of information. I've highlighted the ones I was going to speak, the information I was going to use in my responses to the question and answers. I actually linked the inadequate voter education to, how do you call it, rejected ballots. So I'm very sure in my mind, I did not say, I said it could have contributed to the issue. And again, I did not talk about 5 days. I said 5 days window for the correction. So I know that they have more days, but then if 5 days, and I'm supposed to go back to all around to get the signatures, then I said it will not be adequate for the... So thank you very much. That's the question I wanted to make.
Finally, just as a concerned Ghanaian citizen taxpayer, what I personally feel, Dr. Bosman has said it already, some of these things may need constitutional amendment, and this is the time to do it. But the one that I think we, those gathered here, should think about carefully, and I was wondering whether the people from the EC will come, the three top men. We just heard a bold announcement. This is the elephant in the room as far as I'm concerned. We just heard a bold announcement that the three people at the top of the EC must go. If you work in that type of atmosphere, and every election cycle, these things go on, and we are talking about, what's the topic? Stronger democracy and social cohesion. How do we achieve it? With this type of interchanging here and there, based on what? On what was that based on? What is the evidence? And I think it is about time we as Ghanaians must address these issues and properly make sure that when we have institutions, they are expected to do their work. If somebody falls out of line, it is dealt with properly and not make wholesale promotions, demotions, and institutions. It will not help us to grow. We may be deceiving ourselves that we have cohesion, but we are not doing the best we can under these circumstances. I rest my case.
That is the words of wisdom. That is a word of wisdom. You can't be changing, it's like you can't be changing your constitution every now and then. You can't be changing your democratic institutions. You make it like a football. It's not good for the country. It's not good for our nation. It's not good for anyone. So I think that is it. We're going to go for lunch. That means we're going to push the agenda a little further. Since it's a residential, we should be able to adjust. So when do we come from lunch? We have 1 hour for lunch. So we're going to come back here at 2:30, 2:30. So have your lunch, and then because it is coming exciting, you could see the issues being raised and the answers are very, very exciting. We are all learning. So bon appetit. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon again. Lunch is at the restaurant on the ground floor. And It's ready. Lunch is ready. So if we can all walk to the restaurant. Thank you.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome. You've been kept down for much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy again. On this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy again. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy welcome, welcome.
Bonyane wana monso asitra munko nimdie na so say one can my exact the son I am capra from who padia unyo esa anyat so and send dio hey manifesta dance stage any man would do it was to come never see how they slack worry about all the things that they lack young gifted and black give the gap and I rap. I suppose I should clap, give thanks and give dap. Put my son on my lap, or run a victory lap. Opportunity knocked, but we too deaf to hear. Put to death our fear, bring to life our dreams. We out here, we don't adhere to regular rules. Our mama's faster than brain for us regular fools. With some reckless dudes, lost for shoes and jewels. New chucks, custom made and such golden stews. Mysterious life, Nancy Drew shared no clues. Curious knife, stabbed us, now we bleed and bruise. Confusing ones with needs, what I want to need. A house in Tresaco, a villa in a down with jet ski. Jet setting in the minutes, 30 seconds, and I reckon no question. Make every first I get the best impression. Just oppose, I juxtapose. Me now with me when I was 16 years old. Innocence lost in less than 15 years though. I'm distinguished, so they can't extinguish my flow. I overpowered all these cowards. Them no good fit, them need you juice. I know I don't have to pound them. Need poo-poo, minor chat, we need chat, so I save stew. No shortcuts to heaven, as Jesus is true.
Abrabonya ne wana montu asekra mun konim die jina so so se wan kent ma etrai de son da yempo kabra embramadi hu badia onyo ensa enhedman so ensa na didio hey kre manifesta dance any ma fudu ete wa so pem na beboa. No shortcut to heaven. Quentia be anywhere, be this will bring Umoja. We'll bring Umoja. This will bring Umoja. No shortcut to heaven. Quentia be anywhere, be this will bring Umoja. This will bring Umoja. This will bring Umoja.
Been down this road before. Down on my knees, I wrote this for all of my pieces looking for more. Nevertheless, we shook them and all. Some of the boys they do for it. Stuck our tens, but dear Lord, would you blame economy lame? Pour my heart some GMO chords. Their bodies, some front pages, some newspapers, scary. We call it daily graphic, cause it's graphic on the daily. I see wild in traffic when they traffic in the dailies. Life in the Milky Way, it doesn't taste like Bailey's. Wish it did. Remember us a little kid. Conviction to severed head. The pictures were big. Cautionary tales. Scars still prevail. If you're scared of heights, don't get to the ledge or hold the rails. I rose past the ceiling from underdog to villain. Treat this biz like a sniper. Bound to make a killing. Mixed feelings for promoters and corporate double dealings. Read the fine prints. I meant to catch the double meanings. I double dare you to be more debonair. We on the elevator cruising up, they climbing the stairs. Them they watch, them they stare. They marvel at my career, I know they care. So they try to steal my spot, musical chairs. For the flashes when I'm present, but my essence they couldn't capture. I know they can never see me coming like the rapture. Fame put the iron in my name, Margaret Thatcher. No shortcuts to heaven, even true brethren.
Abrabonya ne wana montu asekra mun konim die jina so se wan kent ma etrai de son da yempo kabra embramadi hu badia onyo ensa enhedman so ensa na didio hey kre manifesta dance any ma fudu ete wa so pem na beboa. No shortcut to heaven. Quentia be anywhere, be imamo. This will bring Umoja. Will bring Umoja. This will bring Umoja. No shortcut to heaven. Quentia be anywhere, be imamo. This will bring Umoja. This will bring Umoja. This will bring Umoja. Other dear do. Okay. Makume muda. Really. Day. Odona bometam. Odona prameni. Odona tim and Tibi Mammy Shimichi. Odona Timason. Odona Mameyi. Matomi Dipiana Monsi Mauri and Feet Samepel. The dough. Timidiana war.
Brana Yambo Braco Jammy Sigediana so, many women who can't yet be having our foot. May you pay me pay you want to be your part of foot. Woman from a day, Yanemiana Pa, Pimana swimming when I chairman what the pass. Timichico Groom, A and C, Bomeka, and Gently Patama Corners and Keka. You saw me start, you can grow now woman back. But we didn't come and when I check you one young papa. Famiko, Famia will pay. Maybe me up to come up here the wow on the woman. Don't see, I'm a medium, yeah. Oh, don't you, Mammy, damn, no. The trainer for friends, so I pay my share, my way, why? In the other, you bro. No, you bro. Obi any hokam ho open a medo obi de ne hammer be se wo pen hwe ho nom champagne asoti ameto wo do na me hia me ho pa me etu awo da ho hwe menim tre na me hwe nsem hwe me team ma me nka na ye mre follow me to paradise. I can see the future when I look into your eyes. Offer me beam, I offer me pens. Jimmy D make you don't listen to your friends. Kwame George and man, I'm in telling the sense. Yes, it members to buy my side, it depends. Lord, if I'm to say glue, what come on the pen, worry, me share the blue. True, my baby, you fine. Let's show what color one time. Oh, don't see, I'm a medium, yeah. Oh, don't you, mommy, damn, you know. The trainer for friends, so I pay my share, my way, why? In the other, you bro. Oh, you bro. Bro. Oh, don't you, the other, you bro. You bro.
Hey! Hey, listen, DJ. Spark Rush. Hold up, guys. Wherever the party day, we step clean. Style on a hater, flexing out too. Real nigga shit. For my kings and queens, we only find the time for the greens. And come up here to help you if it ain't money, nigga, it ain't cool. By the way, I like the honey with the color. So I had the landlord with the nowadays, whole city go crazy when I drop that fire. Oh, bitches blowing up a nigga phone. I don't need that. Hey, you know I mean that. A boy focused on the motherfucker. I see money about out there. What you know? Coming from the chillin'. Still ballin'. World with it. Still pretty silly. I need really I can take a and then you want it. You want shit. You want shit. Like holy shit, is that me? Look what I become, cause I stuck these up and said, motherfuck, what you thinking? And you don't gotta like shit, but you watch it. You know they watch it. And don't it make sense that your girl already been the top of me? Hold up, walk with me. Another bottle. Hey, the third straps in the club, they know what niggas solid. So what you mad for? Can a young nigga live? Real kings vibing when they ain't connect. Main attraction. Hit the club and the party like a girl, like a killer. I see money about out there when you're not going to be chillin'. Still ballin', worldwide with it. Still pretty silly. I need a belly, I can take a cup and let you go feelin'. You want shit, you want shit. I see money about out there. Still ballin', still silly. Oh yeah, Wherever the party here, they must say we clean and then they come enough figures. They get enough away. They know we live in here with the fireplace. Oh, it's gonna cost you, baby. Don't it look like the boys who look stuffy, baby? Them's is fortunes, baby. You know you want to know the feeling. I still they crashing. Side of the studio like I'm on mines, you know. And when we touch down, gotta give them something to hate on. You can't get what you ain't the type. You can't be treated and you ain't the right. I cry like a villain. I see money about out there. Coming to be chillin', still ballin', worldwide with it, still to the silly. Really, I can take a little more, one ship it, one ship it, the party. You must say we clean and then they come it off. You still surely can't get enough away. They know we live in here with the fireplace. We told me to be, you know. Joy to do that.
Chen, Mammy Bone, Comobi, Mincomo, Nani there. When you break crop from Sassy, or Dana, Mountain, Kuton, if you are ready, go to. As I'm again,
Posso flaming chen, Mammy Bone, Comobi, and come on, you're not ready there. Obiani, what you will say. Flaming chen, Mammy Bone, Comobi, and come on, you're not ready there. What's some your master?
Semitunda, Mimusa, Miamumpo, Betakin Dawson, woman. Why we're teaching Mammy, it's Namijan, Mammy Bone, Comobi, Mekomo, in there. May I watch that Mauta? Won't do Ashemima.
Missy Medias in Ginamo.
When did you Ashemima?
That means see, don't you break my heart. Nami, and come on, you know me there. Oh, yeah, you say. Nami, come on, and come on, you know me there. What's up, you master? Missy Maria singing a mouth.
When did you Ashemima?
That means see, don't you break my heart.
Ain't it, Mammy Channel? Mammy Mo, come on, be. Come on, in any day. When you day, or just long time. Semi, you yama, you Obiara. Semi, when you marry, Miss Ronina, are you proud? Semi, to wonder, Muzami, Metakin goes to a mina. Why great chicken, mammy, and ye? Baby, it's Namiche, mammy, and bone, commodity. May come on, any day. May what is a mauda?
Namiche, mammy, commodity.
Hey, 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 mina, mammy, Polia. Tra-la-la, 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 hey, hey. Come on, darling. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you belong. You are always welcome home, welcome. You've been kept down for much too long. Stop. Say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. On this happy trip back to the promised land. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. On this happy trip back to the promised land. Oh, we'll be happy.
Apasi oyo ya boye Kai na panga mawa na kokate Asusu oyo na ponaka Bawela bokonzi Pena babwatilio Aboti tango ekomaka Kai na komi moto ona bango Nakomi tuna ondele akende Lipanda tontuaka Oya nani ye Apika
Cheer. I did have no country woman and no sad, the power in Yaya. Found some woman, don't you were Yaya. Found some woman, you were Adi obo hua otes ka yenyen na bo Osamoche Pansa ba womani Iwe nyani wa Lenya tampe So Stop watching, slow inspire, man, and stand. Ababa, Baba, that, which I'm for, I'm in training. Nancy, only way, Mr. Magnus, kitty, my kitty, about
they should come. MPC staff, can we get someone to the restaurant and tell them to come? That we've started. So if they don't come, we'll leave them behind. Please. There are 2 sessions this afternoon. The first one is on political election results management and declaration and stock taking of election-related violence in the 2024 elections. Lessons learned, lessons shared, and I add, way forward. The presenter is not here, but he will soon be here. The first presenter is not here. I hope he's on his way coming. And then the second session is on post-election complaints, disputes, and adjudication. What I want to entreat we do is to have the 2 panels to discuss, and then we take question time to the end of the day. In that case, the questions that we had this morning and the issues that were to be raised can be written down, and then we can raise them at the end of the day, because today is all about the electoral processes, the challenges, and the way forward, lessons learned and the way forward. So if we can just with all of us, that is what I'm trying to. And it looks like the tables in front are a bit occupied, but there are some empty spaces. Can we, those of us at the back, can we come forward? So that when we raise our hands for questions, we can be seen. Oh, they are not gone home. They are around. I wanted to displace them so that they can understand what it means to be displaced. The panel is here. So I would invite the panel to the table, and maybe whilst we are organizing ourselves, maybe the rest would come in gradually. So I would like to invite Mr. Benjamin Bano Bio of the Electoral Commission. And then invite the representative of the IGP, OCP, COP Garba to the floor. To the political parties, I know you had some burning questions and issues to raise. Can you just please write them down? I'll give you the space when the time comes. Please bear with me. Just this. Yeah, George Sapon. So, and George Sapon, the National Media Commission, to the table. Thank you, George, for putting me back on my foot. As we can see, the themes or the topics relate to each other. If you were not able to raise some of the issues before then, let's hope that these presentations would bring answers to some of your issues, or at the end of the day, you can still ask them. That's why we are here. And it's a dialogue. Dialogue means we are here to think tank, to share, to learn from each other, and to be able to constructively make recommendations for a better future. So let's bear that in mind, and we would create space for everyone to be able to raise their issues and concerns. So let's go to my friend from the EC. Instead of because the topic is on election results, so I thought he coming from the institution, when he talks, then you come in. Is that okay?
Thank you very much. Post-election results management and declaration is very crucial in election administration. This process, if not well managed, can easily derail a successful election. The Commission has therefore put in place very transparent and verifiable processes for this program. After the close of poll, then we start with the post-election polling station results. So far, what we used for the 2024 general election, we had 40,648 polling stations. At 5 p.m., polling or voting is supposed to close. However, those in queue are permitted to continue the process until they finish voting before we close the poll. So after 5, we do not allow anybody to join the queue. When poll closes, the first thing we do is to complete section C of the polling station results. That is forms 8B for presidential election and form 8A for parliamentary elections. When that part of the form is completed, then we come to counting of votes. In counting of votes, we have 3 stages. The first one is ballot reconciliation, where we reconcile the ballots in the vote to ensure that it relates to the number of ballots issued to voters, and so also to ensure that it bears the validation stamp allocated to that polling station, so that we'll be able to take out all foreign materials that will be found in the ballot box. The second stage is sorting the ballot papers, sorting it according to the candidate for whom the voter has voted for. Then the third stage is counting the ballot for the respective candidates. And when that is done, we complete the results forms, and they are endorsed by both the presiding officer and all the party agents present. The completed results forms are distributed to all the agents present, and a copy is given to the commission after the presiding officer has publicly announced the polling station results. The commission's copy is brought to the returning officer at the collation center. all the 40,648 polling stations went through these processes successfully and peacefully. Every polling station in the country closed the polling station in a very successful manner. It was at the collation centers where we had these challenges. Collation center is simply where we collate the results from all the polling stations in that constituency. And then the presidential results is announced and parliamentary results declared. Once the polling station results, a copy is given to a political party after the elections and the completion of these forms. An effective political party will be able to know where it is faring by collecting all the results from all the polling stations within that constituency. But by law, the commission should wait to receive all these results from the polling stations before we can finish with the collation and then declare the results. So political parties are able to get their results earlier, because as for them, they will just scan it and send it to their, or even take photographs of it with their phones and send it to their party offices or whichever. The last election, we encountered a lot of electoral violence. This included intimidation of voters and election officials, threats, destruction of election materials, maltreatment of election officials, among others. As a matter of fact, because of the violence, 12 constituencies, we could not collate the results. And it has to be brought to the national level for us to be able to complete it. So far, we have done 11 of them, left with one that we are still trying to find means to resolve it. There were situations where some of our district offices were nearly bent. If you go to Mori, a commandeer vehicle parked at the police station was dragged by the people, towed to another location and set ablaze. Vehicles that are carrying election materials were attacked and vandalized. Election materials were, in most cases, also destroyed. This is a canker in our democratic dispensation, and it is good that we are having this dialogue to bring finality to such situations, because we cannot afford to take same conditions to 2028. What are some of the lessons learned? One, misinformation and disinformation undermine trust in the electoral system. This was a very serious canker during, before, and after the 2024 general elections. We are all in this country. There were a lot of hashtags, such as not fit for purpose, voters roll, and a whole lot of them. And this affected the credibility of the voters roll. Fortunately for the Electoral Commission, when we avail ourselves to the public and organize an IPAC meeting, invited all stakeholders, including the media and the public. And when we went through and showcased what we have to the public, it was realized that there was nothing of that sort, and that the register was fit for purpose. However, the harm had already been done. And so even to date, some people are still thinking that what they heard was what pertained. Again, we were all here when there was a call to all the supporters from the two major political parties, urging their supporters to go to the coalition center under the pretense that they have to go and protect the ballot. But the system is such that once you have a copy of the results at the polling station, at the collation center, you can even decide not to come. Because whatever you do in challenge, if you do it well, you should have the same results as the Electoral Commission will have. But here the people were misinformed and disinformed. Go there, otherwise they will cheat. And these people began amassing to the coalition center. That was the start of all the challenges we have for these 2024 elections. They got there, and we all saw what transpired. Another lesson learned is that election violence remains a threat to our electoral processes. So therefore, we need to put our heads together as a country and try to nip it in the bud. As I indicated, it seriously affected 12 constituencies whose results could not be collated at the constituency level. They have to be brought at the national level for continuation of the coalition exercise. Another lesson learned is that the COSOs and other stakeholders played very critical roles for the peaceful election that we enjoyed, and therefore has to be sustained and encouraged. In fact, National Peace Council and other CSOs did well. They set the pace for peaceful election. We all observed the pacts with presidential candidate and some parliamentary candidate, the peaceful pacts. And then we had a code of conduct for political parties. Not that alone, a committee was set up by the National Peace Council to ensure that political parties abide by these codes. These, among others, not only serve as regulatory, but also serve to monitor the activities of the political parties and therefore to bring them in line. We have some recommendations. We think that there should be a mechanism to counter misinformation and disinformation at the right time. Then there should also be measures put in place to ensure that we are able to transfer results from the polling station to the collation center. Then there should be joint police and military force for collation centers and patrol duties during elections. We all saw what happened. And previously, we used to have these patrol teams, joint one with police and military during elections. They are not going to the polling station, but they will pass through communities, especially where they have been identified as hotspots or flashpoints. When their presence is felt, that alone can control violence. There should also be strict enforcement of the laws against vigilantism. Then we need to arrest and prosecute perpetrators of election violence. Most of them, we just allow them to be. And I think here the challenge is that in our laws, the police cannot even prosecute somebody who was involved in election of violence unless they seek advice from the Attorney General. Commissioner, I hope that is it. Yes. So if I get involved in election violence, my party wins, it ends there. So we need to also look at that law and ensure that perpetrators are also prosecuted. There's one thing that we seem to overlook, and we want to bring it here. The issue of reward system in the political parties. Most often when they are talking about ardent supporters, people that need to be rewarded, they are the very people who have caused these violence situations. And they gain recognition, and then they are rewarded by the political parties. I had a personal experience when I went home to my hometown, and I saw a young man who had been beaten mercilessly for involving in this political violence. Admitted to the hospital after 3 weeks that he was made to go home, he was rather priding himself. I want to speak in the local parlance. The way I have been beaten, the whole party hierarchy will hear of me, and then they will recognize me and give me posts. I have also met situations where party leadership are complaining of people coming to them saying that we did that, and all that they did were not lawful, but they expect the party to recognize them. So please, we need to ensure that political parties do not continue to reward such people. Because if my brother has done it, he has been rewarded, then it is encouraging the others to also do so. We wish to urge CSOs and other stakeholders to continue to partner with the Commission in our quest to ensure peaceful elections. As we are aware, ensuring peaceful elections is a shared responsibility. And we thank you so much for giving us such an opportunity to also contribute. There are a lot, but because I have other panel members here, I want to pause here so that others can also contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, brother. Please permit me to add the storyline to this one who was beaten, because I've shared a similar story with my brother Sule. When the media language, and I had gone to Kumasi to a funeral. The young people, they somehow recognized me and came to greet me. And then they pointed to one of them and said, "Oh, as for those one, you should know him." So I turned to look at him, and then I couldn't recognize him. I said, "Sorry, sir." Oh. Then he mentioned his name. He said, "Oh, his name is all over the place. Every time Media Foundation released their report, his name is there. That he's the one who has been able to deal with this particular political party and mention the party. That he has the loudest insult against the party. So he's expecting me to know him. And he's very proud of that." So I shared it with Sule in our reflections over, we are seeking to expose these people to stop the misbehavior. But they've turned shame into celebrity status. So they are so shameless about it. But that's by the way. I want to drop my planned comments to address something that came up very strongly in the last session. Two of them. One is about the question of trust regarding the Electoral Commission, and the others on disinformation. And I please want to plead for indulgence to accommodate me. You know, when we speak about trust regarding the EC, I want all of you to go back into the data, into the history, and watch something else. Everything that we've said could contribute to it. But there's a bigger cause that we need to put on the table. Let me start this way. My brother just mentioned to us when the EC opened up IPAC, and everybody saw it on television, how transformative that was. It was just one single incident, but it told you the power and impact of television. It was able to restore trust and dispel a lot of things. The second example that all of you are very familiar with is the gentleman in Burkina Faso who is perhaps the one who created God himself. because he has succeeded in addressing every problem of mankind in Burkina Faso. Okay? And people actually believe it. Again, it tells you about the impact of communication on the human mind. With this established, I want to draw your attention to something all of us have forgotten. When we had the election petition, and by the procedures of the court, you saw the Electoral Commission on the same side as the incumbent government. For 6 months on national television, the Electoral Commission is working with the ruling party on the same side. Prime time, there was no way you were not going to affect the public mind about whether or not the Electoral Commission was independent or biased. But this has nothing to do with the behavior of the Electoral Commission. It was simply because of the processes of the courts. Then the tide turned. And again, the Electoral Commission is before the same court, on the same television, working with the incumbent. For another period of about 6 or so, 8 weeks. In essence, through this process, we have established in the public mind that the Electoral Commission is always working with the incumbent government and party. No matter what you do, simply because of the power of television and media, the integrity of the commission would be compromised. The trust issues will arise. Until we address this matter, every survey that we do would reveal that the public has no confidence in the EC. And it may not have anything to do with anything the Electoral Commission has done. And I think it's very important that we understand the complexity of the social psychology of the media with regard to this issue. If we don't do it, we will continue to blame the Electoral Commission repeatedly. The next thing that we need to keep in mind as we think about the Electoral Commission and their communication, part of it came up in the previous session. If you do, I can show you data in the next session that I have the privilege to be part of. If you look at media production in terms of content in Ghana, put together, the Electoral Commission, National Peace Council, NCE, NCC, and the rest do not get more than 7% of total coverage in the media. Sports gets about 12%. The rest of the coverage is divided between MPP and NDC. They've crowded everybody out. And it is simply because the nature of the programming by the radio stations empanel members of political parties. They can never empanel the EC. So even if you are going to appoint PR officers for EC in every district, you will still not be able to address this. Again, with such crowding out, attacks on the Electoral Commission would continue. And again, if we don't address this, we are going to have problems. Why is this relevant for post-election issues? Every person in any kind of context, even when they have issues, they would raise them. But if they win, they are likely to forget about their protestations. So we get into a football match, the referee was bad, we won. We forget about the referee. If we don't win the game, we will look for the referee, and if it were in Efijase, we will beat him up. In my hometown, that's how we deal with referees. But the point is that the reason why this is important for post-election is that it appears that when the political parties are complaining, they are still hoping to do well. It is only after the elections that the outcome is known, and therefore accusations that they have laid on the EC becomes important and they then amplify. When these things happen, party supporters begin to believe genuinely that they have been cheated. And therefore, with a sense of moral rightness, when they get into violence, they know that they are fighting to protect something that is legitimately their right. So it appears to me that if we are going to address the question about trust, the communication system, we've got to understand the nature of the problem. The last point I want to put up is about the disinformation. Again, we have a very simple way of illustrating this, but you don't have the opportunity here. In the last election, one of the most impressive interventions that happened came from the Media Foundation for West Africa and a couple other groups. They put together something they call the Ghana Fact-Checking Coalition. I have not seen any such intervention in recent elections across Africa, where you have the most brilliant fact-checkers come together to say we want to address this problem of fact-checking. But for them, some of the things that we would have seen in the election would have been terrible. But the thing about humanity is that things that we did not see and did not impact us, we do not have ways of celebrating. So because they prevented this from us, we do not see what they had done for us. There is an angle to it that is going to mutate in another form. We talked to you about disinformation. Amongst us as experts in the field, there is something more pernicious that worries us, what we call FIMI, Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference. When we are dealing with disinformation, it's usually local actors who have an interest in sending materials against each other in order to get some kind of advantage in the field of political communication. When we are dealing with FIMI, it is something completely different. This is what even America itself could not deal with. These are organized groups backed by governments who have set themselves up to undermine democracies around the world. And they do this by certain defined methods. Number one, in the countries that you target, look for those institutions of social stability and bring them down. The moment you succeed in bringing them down, you have a free fall. So in the case of Ghana, they started with the clergy. And I can tell you, I have said it openly before, so I don't. The first person they tested this on was Archbishop Duncan Williams. And over time, they've done it to the National Peace Council, they've done it to the Electoral Commission, they've done it to NCC, they've done it to important chiefs. And this is how it works. Just things that look factual, or sometimes they could even be factual, and interpret them out of context and beyond their boundaries, and make them look larger than what they are. And are presented in a way that is offensive and can make people angry. The second method they use is that people within your own polity who are posting materials that are offensive to your democracy and can undermine people, they use some to push. When those people see that their materials are going up, as we say in the field, going viral, they become excited. They feel emboldened. They feel they are so smart. Content is going viral. They begin to produce more videos and more materials in that form. And other people who are seeking the same kind of attention then begin to learn from them. So they are not producing content of their own. They are using harmful content from your own context and highlighting them and manipulating them. Those are very difficult to catch. But as I have said, the Media Foundation and the team, brilliant young people, understanding technology, they did so well in the last election. To help address that, the National Media Commission has developed an app that is able to help address some of these issues. They are living in the world of technology. We need to catch them in the world of technology. But going forward, it appears to me that work like what the Fact-Checking Coalition is doing needs to be mainstreamed in our governance analysis. What all of us do in our programming is that we are doing important things, and then when we've taken the decisions, we ask ourselves, how do we get the media to carry the messages? Okay, so we have an instrumental sense of the media, not really the deep analytical approach to media that is required. Again, if we are going to be able to address the question of disinformation, it appears to me that we need those experts to help those of us in governance to understand how it works in order to plan for it. So I want to end here upon the instructions that I have already spoken enough, and I thank all of you for indulging me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to correct my rank. I'm Deputy Commissioner of Police and not Commissioner of Police. So I'm Deputy Commissioner of Police, Dr. Vance Baba Gariba. I'm here to represent the Inspector General of Police because he's out of town. And when he asked me to represent him here, he just gave me one word, that when I come, I should be open-minded, listen to the feedback that will be provided, and that will help us to reform or enhance our security arrangements when it comes to elections. And indeed, I must say that the organizers of this workshop have provided us the platform and the required feedback to help us to be able to enhance our security arrangements. Having said that, some of the issues that have been raised were the issues that we addressed in what we call our after-action review exercise conducted by the Ghana Police Service. What it means is that we do an analysis, a deeper analysis of how we provided security for the entire elections, what were some of the challenges or pitfalls, and how can we navigate said pitfalls in future electoral security provisions. And we have come to realize that it's important that some of the conversations that we have around here are practical, are realistic, are contextualized. Because at the end of the day, there will be some recommendations that we have to carry and take back to help us, reform. The challenge that we have in some of these workshops that we attend is that we make very good recommendations, very good suggestions, but to follow through with them becomes a challenge. And I want to urge all of us, all the parties here, that we have to accept, acknowledge some of the suggestions, recommendations, or what some of us may term as criticisms in good faith and to help us to reform. Having said that, I want to say that the National Election Security Task Force is one of the best ever that we can have in the African continent. I have had the opportunity to serve in so many peacekeeping missions where, as part of our mandate, we are supposed to support the whole state in their electoral process, including reforms. And most of these countries have come to Ghana to find out how the Ghana Police Service has done this and continue to do this. I wouldn't say much in terms of what we have done as a result of our after-action review exercise. but I would like to respond to some of the issues that were raised. Sometimes we see the police as an institution that may not necessarily have what it takes to provide the security that we desire. And again, we see the so-called security experts and analysts that come to sit on television or radio and begin to make an analysis of various security situations in this country. I want to re-echo that the Ghana Police Service have commenced the process of using real data in their decision making, using AI in trying to make informed decisions. For this particular 2024 elections, there were lessons that were learned in the previous elections where we have people killed. Now, these people were alleged to have been shot by the military. Therefore, going forward, what is going to be the level of engagement of the military in our electoral security arrangements architecture? To add to what my colleague have said, the military have been part of our election security arrangements. It is because of the unfortunate incident that happened in the 2020 elections that a different angle was taken to ensure that the military do not participate in these security arrangements. But one of the suggestions or recommendations is that the military must and be part of our security arrangements during elections. Why? Because we live in an environment where we have terrorism and violent extremism all over the place. And during elections, all the resources of police service and other security services are deployed to provide electoral security. It is therefore the responsibility of the military to provide security at these vital installations. And they will continue to provide this security at vital installations. Now we've had the situation where we have joint patrols with the military. Yes, it is. And I'll give a typical example of my instance when I was the commander. And ATTC was one of the collation centers. Nima Police Station was one of the collation centers. Accra Girls was one of the collation centers. It is important to understand that you must ensure that you provide adequate security at the collation centers. Why? Because after the polling station results have been counted, they all congregate to the collation centers. And you will notice that in the 2016 elections and 2020 elections, there were minimal attacks at the collation centers. However, in the 2024 elections, most of the challenges that the police or the law enforcement agencies encounter was at the collation centers. And the question therefore is, what are the lessons that we have learned from such arrangements? Indeed, what we have taken notice of is that the collation centers should be classified as a restricted area. The collation centers should be designed in such a way that the candidates must be allowed to provide a minimum of 3 names who should be at the collation center, including their spouse, so that we can minimize the crowd at the collation center. Now, this suggestion is coming based on my experience of providing a similar arrangement when I was in charge of a particular jurisdiction. I personally wrote to all the parliamentary candidates and requested for the names. And they did furnish me with the names, and were the only names that were allowed in the collation center. I enforced and I insisted that that is what should happen. Now, their respective party agents who were now bringing their pink sheets to the collation center, there were 3 buffers that were set up. So you get clearance from the first buffer, you enter the second buffer, you have a second clearance from the second buffer. Then when you get to the third buffer, your colleague who is inside the collation center will come out and meet you and collect the pink sheets and go back into the collation center and then continue the collation of the results. And we allowed the media one. We also allowed the international observers to be there. And at the end of the declaration of the results, everybody went home peacefully. Again, one of the suggestions we made was to ensure that we have giant screens outside during the collation exercise, so that those who want to participate in that exercise and may not have access into the collation centers can participate or do so by watching on the giant screen outside. So the essence is to minimize the number of crowd, the number of persons that must be at the collation center. And if we enforce this, I believe strongly that it will help us to be able to minimize some of the challenges that we encounter. Now, some of the lessons that we have begun to take note of is, when you look at the 2020 elections, there were about 33,367 polling stations. But in the case of the 2024 elections, we had over 40,648 or thereabouts. So it means there has been an increase in the polling stations by 7,600 or thereabouts. And when there is always an increase in the number of polling stations, what does it mean? It requires additional resources, additional deployment of police personnel at those locations. So this is something that sometimes we do or we tend to overlook. Now, they were talking about hotspots. Hotspots are very critical in any security architecture because it helps you, it informs you to strategize or plan your deployment at those locations. Hotspots vary from time to time. They are not static, and it's based on what? Data, right from the political season up to the end that will have the election take place. You have to collect the data, analyze the data, and be able to determine whether an existing hotspot continue to be a hotspot or not. So the issue of hotspots are things that we've been dealing with, and we have dealt with in the past and will continue to deal with. And that informs our deployment strategy. Now, there was an issue of political deployment. I picked it in one of the speeches. I don't want to assign it to anybody. When we talk about political deployment, what does it mean? It means that some police officers have been tagged as politically aligned, and therefore they may not be deployed to certain locations when we are going to have elections. The question is, we have tried as much as possible to be professionals, to be impartial. In some instances, you have a police officer being warned that you, when we win elections, will change your position, will change your uniform, will move you away from where you are. The question I ask myself is, or I want to challenge the CSOs, how many of you have picked on these statements and have followed up with the organization or the institutions to ascertain whether those statements have been seen through or were just mere threats? I'm saying this because sometimes in the quest for us to be professional, we run ourselves into some of these challenges. And the recommendation is that we have to try as much as possible to insulate these institutions from some of these political interferences. If we are not able to do that, then I'm afraid when we are going into elections and we are supposed to be professional, we are supposed to be impartial, we are supposed to deliver on our mandate, and the institutions are not insulated, everybody is afraid of their job. Everybody is afraid of their position. There were responses that Reverend Degbe mentioned, that our security arrangements were tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I don't know whether that was the explanation that was given, but what I'm aware of is that we have 4 stages of deployment. The first one is we deploy at the polling stations. That is where you see either 1 or 2 police personnel deployed at those polling stations. And I must say that when you deploy 1 person or 2 persons at the police stations to provide security, ask yourself, that single individual or the 2 persons, will they be able to provide adequate security when the environment becomes a critical situation for them to deal with? So it is the responsibility of the political parties. It's a collective responsibility to ensure that the exercise is devoid of any crisis or situation, and that we have a smooth, transparent elections. The second tier is what we call providing security at the collation centers. The third one is we have the mobile patrol system that are deployed. And the fourth one is those that are on standby and their rapid response units. The rapid response unit consists of both police and military personnel. The military personnel will be conducting patrols, long-range patrols around the vicinity or areas that have been earmarked as hotspots, so that in the event of situations where the police will not be able to respond, the military then move in to support the police in this arrangement. Now you will notice that in the 2020 elections, because there was not what we call a clear-cut mandate or command and control arrangement between the police and the military, we saw the military moving in, even though the police could have been able to handle the situation. And sometimes, I don't want to sound political, but sometimes we have the National Election Security Task Force, and we also have the Security Council's arrangements. So any situation that is happening within a certain region, you expect the Regional Security Council to deal with it because it's part of their mandate. The question therefore, how do you insulate the National Election Security Task Force activities from the Regional Security Council mandate? And in a situation where you have the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces issuing instructions to the CDS to deploy, who dare you decline the order from the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces? So these are things that we need to look at critically and be very objective about them. Because if we have these arrangements, then we will make sure the security arrangements that are put in place are insulated, they are objective, they are transparent in trying to provide security for our elections. And I must say that each time we are going to deploy, we do what we call the threat assessment. The threat assessment also informs the level of threat that we are going to deal with. And in this instance, the threat assessment was very high because the breaking the 8 versus breaking the jinx of somebody serving 1 term and not serving again. So the competition and the stakes were very high at that material moment. So that was the threat level that we had. And therefore, we needed to do a lot of community engagement. We need to do a lot of, dialogue with the political parties to ensure that at least we are able to bring down the tensions. Now, if you look at the number of violence that was committed, on the first day, the D-Day of the elections, we had 18 cases of electoral violence were reported. Then the second day, which was on the 8th of December, we had a total of 22 cases reported. Then it follows in that sequence, and the cases were dropping until finally the last case that was reported was on the 4th of January 2025. We had only 2 cases. I don't want to go the post-election violence because the topic actually is dealing with a specific context. What were the nature of these offenses? Of course, we have discussed some of them: burning of ballot boxes, ballot papers, setting ablaze vehicles, causing damage to collation centers, and then some possession of weapons, and then shooting at some of these the collation centers. Now, we talked about prosecution, and I think the EC rep made it clear that in as much as we conduct the investigations and present the docket to the Attorney General's office, that is where our activities ends. Until we get a response from the EC to go ahead with the prosecution, then we do. Otherwise, it means the AG's office will have to deal with it. And you can imagine you have arrested members of a political party, and eventually they do win the elections. Whether they will be prosecuted or not, I leave it for you to decide. And we have seen instances where people have been arrested and taken to court, and they have boldly entered into the court premises to release the suspects in those vicinities or centers. What are some of the recommendations that we need to deploy digitalization in election transmission, the transmission of electoral results? Because if we transmit them electronically, it becomes difficult for people to be able to destroy them, as we have seen in the case of some of the collation centers. What we also need to look at is, do we need the ballot boxes at the collation centers? If we don't need the ballot boxes at the collation centers and we only require the pink sheets, then we should begin to think of how do we transport the ballot boxes separately from the pink sheets that the EC or the returning officers have in their possession. Because sometimes it becomes challenging transporting all these ballot boxes to the collation center, where at the collation center they will not even be used at all. So let's begin to look at it, whether do we have to send the ballot boxes back to the police armory and then make sure that only the pink sheets are sent to the collation centers. Then another recommendation for us is to do a lot of community engagement and dialogue with the political parties. I've been asked that why is it that we are not providing security for the Ablekuma North constituency, where we still coalition exercise. And I said, I always use the peacekeeping scenario that before the UN deploys, both parties must agree on certain arrangements before the UN would deploy into the peacekeeping operation. It means that there is some semblance of understanding and agreement that we then invite a neutral person or invite a neutral force to come into the country and help us to resolve the issue. When we don't have a clear understanding between the two political parties, the NDC and the MPP, and yet we have been asked to come and provide security, we can do that, but I will link that to what we call peace enforcement. It means when we are going in to provide that security arrangement, we are going in with a lot of enforcement, a lot of resources. And anybody that begins to obstruct the enforcement of this peace will be dealt with accordingly. But I don't think that is what Ghanaians want. We want a situation where the parties have agreed on some arrangement, then we can then be invited to come in and provide the security. Until that, then it means that you want us to come with all the maximum force that we require to be able to ensure that this happens. And I can tell you that once we go in with the maximum force, definitely the political parties will also amass their supporters to come and confront us. And that is what we want to avoid. That is what we want to avoid. And I think that we've already have a good name in terms of how we have practiced our democracy. And we don't want some of these things to, discredit our performance in terms of our democratic dispensation. And I would like to thank you very much that all these recommendations, discussions, conversations that have taken place here, we will take it back and review our operational, standard operational procedures in terms of how we provide electoral security. And we have taken notice about the major incidents that have taken place at the collation centers. And we will deal with that in our subsequent elections and ensure arrangements that are put in place at the collation centers. We will enforce them. We will write to the political parties. We will tell you that this is what we want to take place there. If you don't want it, don't come. That is what we have to. You see, if we don't enforce it, we'll have this thing continually to affect our elections. So, and there is one aspect which is training. We do joint training and joint exercises that the military or all the state security agencies undertake. And it is out of these joint training and exercises that we develop a common SOP as to how we are going to provide security for the elections. And I must commend the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu Dampare, for the work that he did by putting up that structure and a very effective and efficient monitoring system. Because the data of all the electoral violences, the people that have been arrested, the actions that have been taken are clearly documented in that report. And I believe strongly that it will help us going forward as to how to navigate some of these challenges that we encountered in the 2024 elections. And I want to thank you very much for inviting the Ghana Police Service to be part of this exercise. We have taken notice of some of the comments and recommendations, and we will ensure we incorporate that in our reform agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the three panelists, discussants, for giving us food for thought. I know that the police is the friend of the people, so we don't want enforcement because in Ghana we have the Ghana Police Service, so we want you to remain as a service. We wouldn't go to that extent. And that is actually the purpose of this kind of dialogue. We are here to look out for practical, pragmatic steps for change, for transformation. And I know we will get there. As I said, I hope that people have put down questions and that we are going into the next panel. So in order that we don't forget this panel, I want to ask my colleague to bring up the second panel. Instead of you moving, please still stay, and then the second will join you, and when we finish, there will be question time. That's the proper dialogue. So if you can just shift to my right, and then the other panel will come and take your place. Thank you very much. Please write down your questions, your comments. We will get back to you.
Thank you, Janet, for facilitating the first session after what normally they call it the cemetery, where people go and rest after lunch. I was scanning the room and I could see some people's heads were becoming heavier than their neck. The neck couldn't sustain the head. Because what do you get? When you have heavy lunch plus air conditioned room, is equal to sleeping. If you don't want to sleep, this is mathematics. Those who went to good schools, equation. If you want to change the results, so the equation is lunch plus air conditioning equals to sleeping. You don't want the sleep. You want to change the answer. So what do? You either vary one of the variables, and then you get a different results. We cannot change the lunch. I'm not sure we want to put off the air conditioner. So what do? To make, we should put off the light. Lunch. So what you can do is to make people excited a little bit and let them laugh. When you laugh, you stay awake, and that's exactly what I'm going to do in the next 2 minutes. There is, it seems we have a police officer there. I remember this story about a police officer who was on the road after 5. When you get a police officer on the lonely road after 5, you know what's going to happen. It happened in Nigeria, so this is not Ghana, so don't arrest me. I have to make a disclaimer. So he was waiting and waiting and waiting on this lonely road. It was getting to 5:36, and there was no car coming. It was a Friday evening, and he was getting a little disappointed. Then all of a sudden, he saw a very nice Mercedes-Benz coming, and as the car was coming, the police officer was getting even more annoyed because he was expecting some articulated car with overflowing charcoal or 40 vehicles so that he can do business. But then it was a nice brand new car. Unfortunately for him, even the driver was in suit and tie. What are you going to do? Probably be a lawyer. So the police officer didn't know what to do, whether to stop or not to stop this car. The car was coming. In his frustration, when he got him, he just asked him to stop. So the police officer stopped the car, and the car stopped. The police officer went around the car, and he didn't know what to ask this man in suit, driving a nice Mercedes-Benz car. All that he could find himself asking, why are you driving your car alone? The driver said, I'm not driving the car alone. He said, what? So, okay, open your hood. Open the hood. There was nothing there. Fire extinguisher, triangle, everything was in place. We went back to the man, the driver. I said, I asked you, why were you driving the car alone? Then the man also replied, I told the officer that I'm not driving this car alone. He was okay, let me check the back seat. The back seat was empty. I went to the third time. Did you hear what I said? He said, yes, I heard you. I asked you, why were you driving the car alone? The man said, I've told you, this is the third time I'm answering the question. I'm not driving this car alone. Then the police officer stepped back. So then tell me, who are you driving if? Because I cannot see anything. He said, oh, in this car, according to the driver, I'm with God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Then the police officer said, do you know the capacity of this car? This car is supposed to take only 5 passengers. You have God here, he said, yes, sir. You have the Son here, also, yes, sir. And all the Holy Spirit in this well. He said, yes, sir. I said, this car is overloaded. Get out. You have overloaded your car. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. So unless the police officer has about 500 charges he can use to arrest a driver, including if your car tire pressure is not balanced. Can get accidents. Do you have I haven't seen him. Justice Emmanuel Yonikolandi in the house? No, I haven't seen him. He's not here. Is he here? He's not here. Okay. Then we have, we're going to have 2 people. That's nice. We're going to have Miss Georgette. Francois. He's here. Please, come up, speak. And then Nana, Paul Nana Abrampa Mensah. Okay. When I was saying Nana, I was looking at you, Nana. So I thought, okay, you are here. So you're going to do justice to this topic. Okay, we are still doing the actually it's a post-mortem. So post-mortem means that when the person is dead, you open, you dissect, you analyze, and see what is the challenge, what might have caused, is the remedy, and how we can make a recommendation to avoid that death. So, without much ado, I'm going to hand over. Is it always the ladies first? Or? Yes. Okay. I like it.
Police disinformation. Since we were told, a gentleman was driving a car to Cape Coast and he was stopped by the police. Yes. He was stopped by the police, and then the police said, "I've arrested you. Where's your driving license?" He didn't have it on him. Then the police asked him, "What is your car number?" And then he mentioned the car number, which was not correct. Then the police said, the next day come to Cape Coast District Court. So the gentleman went to the court. And they said, case called Republic versus so and so. So he went into the box. Then, as usual, the police narrated the offense. On this day, so and so, you were driving car number so and so, and you didn't have a driving license. And then the man put his hand up and said, I don't, my car is not with registration number so and so. Then the judge asked the policeman, "Did you see the car number, registration number?" Then the police was standing there, he couldn't talk. And then a lawyer sitting in the bar got up and said, "My lord, I want to be an amicus curiae." That is a friend of the bar, the accused. And he said, "My lord, in that case, the facts of the case are not consistent with the offenses charged. So I pray that the accused be discharged." And then the judge said, "Yes, accused be discharged." And the accused ran away from the court. And the policeman was running after him and said, I'll get you, I'll get you. Thank you very much." So this is how misinformation as police. Please, when you arrest people, take their particulars properly. Thank you.
I'll not be surprised if you be the first person to be arrested. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to discuss post-elections dispute and complaints management. I start from a very simple background. We often say political parties are election machines. They are only interested in the election results. But I say that again affects almost every stakeholder in the electoral process. We're just discussing the role of the police, collating facts, presenting to the AG for prosecution. Almost every stakeholder in the elections go to sleep after the results come, including the positioning of the judiciary on electoral cases. So, for example, see policies put in place by the judiciary. They have number of days that presidential petitions are expected to be resolved. We don't have, say, for even parliamentary results. We don't have special days for resolving other related cases that have contributed to the resolving of it. So, petition will go to the courts, and the court is prepared to sit even on holidays to get the cases resolved. When it comes to the political parties, they establish special preparatory center secretariats to collate evidence to support their presidential challenges. And so in 2017, you have Dr. Bawumia establish his secretariat. In 2021, you have to the extent that the General Secretary himself was prepared to sit in the dock to defend the cases that he brought, whereby he got to a point he even asked for a calculator. But let's see. The two parties are some of the parliamentary candidates who also had cases in their regions, but the same seriousness, the same resources they deployed to contest the presidential results, no attention was given to their colleagues who had cases in the regions. So that target for political parties being election machines affects everybody. To the extent that it affects our donor community, our embassies who fund election programs, their funding windows must end with the announcement of the results. So even if civil society is organizing, people have programs to track the post-election happenings. They are limited because the donor funding season has ended. And I was doing the same, I was in the same panel in Kenya, and I said, even ECOWAS and AU, our regional bodies, also have the same mentality to the extent that after releasing their election findings, they hardly come back to the country to follow up to see whether the finding recommendations are being implemented. So there's this laxity of post-election accountability mentality that seeks to fight against effective adjudication of the cases. And this is worse when you go to the local level of the people who supported the process and who have been affected by the electoral violence. One, because they lack the capacity to follow up their cases themselves. And most of them quickly align to the political parties. So even you see people who are ordinarily not political affiliates, as soon as they fall victim, they try to align to the political party because that's the only source they can support. And here we are saying that the political parties themselves don't put pause to their own system beyond certain limits. Therefore, these cases are also ended there. In the 2020 elections, we did a special project with WANEP, where we collated most of the incidents that happened in the elections. So we tracked, fortunately for this one, it wasn't like the other funding. So WANEP had a bit of window for about 6 months. So we were able to track the justice system to see where the cases was. So we found in the 12 cases that we tracked, as of February 2021 that we ended the project, that the funding ended as usual, because the funding is ending, so we have to stop. We had only 4 of the cases that had been processed for courts. The police had processed 9, sent to the AG's office. The AG has assented to only 4 of them for court hearing. The 5 were still staying with the AG. All the rest were still under investigation after 1 year of the cases after the election. We follow up to do interviews with the victims of those who are alive and the families of those who have died. And this is what happened. When you ask them the status of their cases, they will tell you the party constituency chairman has not briefed us. The general secretary has not briefed us. So they bring their board of those who follow the for them to the political. There was one guy in Doma West, the guy whose leg was amputated. We visited him and asked whether he's receiving support. This was what he has to say. I had oil, some cash, and rice in the first week of the incident. My MP paid my hospital bills. They told me they have taken the case to court, so I'm waiting for them. That's what we said. So I'm bringing this out to say that not until we have both supply and demand side accountability working in the post-election environment, it is very difficult for us to see effective management of reported cases along the electoral process. I'll end here and take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I'll stand on the protocol our chairman offered to greet all of you, and I thank you for having me to discuss this topic. My colleague has said a lot, but I want us to just look at some of the post-election complaints and disputes that happened, and then we look at the adjudication process. I think all of us are aware of some of the election disputes. For example, voters who try to vote twice. I don't know why they do that, but I don't know. There was a case, and in a small court, district court, and somebody was caught, and he said the spirit made him do that. You know, people causing confusion or fighting at the polling grounds, and sometimes the police officers are not able to contain them. There are groups of people who come and are hanging around. They are not from the community, but they are there. And where my community, we have some very young men who are like activists. So if they see you and they know you don't belong to the community, they'll challenge you and drive you away. Or eventually, at the last elections, they went and called the police, and the people were put in a pickup and sent away. I mean, these are some of the disputes that happen. And sometimes there's impersonation. Somebody goes with a card and saying that he's that person. And yet when the biometric registrar tries to pick the thumbprint, it rejects it. And they still insist. And I'm sure our police commander will bear with me that some of them still insist and have to be arrested for impersonation. There are people who are not even Ghanaians, and they try to vote with voter ID cards which are illegally procured, and a lot of them are arrested. Sometimes there are people who come and interfere with the process. I know that there are rules for the voters who are disabled or old or blind or infirm to be accompanied by an assistant. Sometimes the assistant now trying to vote for the disabled or special needs person, and they are caught, and also I think the police are now becoming very vigilant about that. And non-compliance with the rules. Somebody, after voting, took a photograph of his vote. I think that incident came in the papers. And there was a whole hula baloo at the polling station, and he was arrested. Sometimes, of course, the major disputes are where the results are disputed, and it's either the parliamentary or presidential results that are disputed, and they are disputed for so many reasons. Sometimes there's a challenge to the capacity of the person. Maybe the person is not a registered voter, or some other reason, or at the time that the person decided to contest, the other party felt that he was not properly registered. I think that was the issue in this case, where Ashipe versus Elder Neto Rawlings was taken up, and then they had to go and resolve it at the Supreme Court. Your Lordship, Justice Doche, I think you were, please, were you on that panel? There's Aneto's, oh, okay, all right. So, and then people dispute the results. After the results are announced, some people feel that they were cheated. Some people feel that there was vote buying at the polling stations, and they complain and so on. Now, a lot of these complaints will always happen. You can never have elections without people complaining or people having disputes. Disputes should be like something that somebody will say, disputes or conflicts are mosquitoes. They are always with us. We can't do away with them, but we can do our best to manage those disputes. The disputes come about because we have a relationship with the other disputant. If you don't have a relationship with another person, you will never have a dispute with that person. Many, many people who have disputes are because there is already contact. They know each other. Parliamentarians, they know each other. All the people fighting from the various different political parties, they all know each other and they have a relationship. Because of that, there is a dispute. And normally in conflict management, we try to minimize the tensions in the dispute and then enhance the good sides of the relationships. Now, let's come to adjudication. Under our laws and our constitution and the People's Representation Law, the parties who are aggrieved after election results are announced have to put their grievances before the courts, either the High Court with the parliamentary disputes, or the Supreme Court when it is a presidential dispute. And I must say that the Judicial Service has done a lot of work to try and enhance the adjudication. They have prepared the election manual 5 years ago, and My Lord, please, were you on the committee? Election Manual Committee. He was the chairman. And they did a lot of work. If you go on the Judicial Service website, you will see the manuals. They have the first version, second version, the next year, the third version, the fourth edition, and then last year they came out with the fifth edition. Every year they go back and look at the please, when I finish, I'll be with him to give us some, because he was on that committee. The whole election manual is a whole compendium. The first, in the editions, part 1, I think, looks at the history of the judicial service, and then it looks at the rules and so on. And then part 2 of the election manual also deals with the decided cases. And then part 3 deals with the various laws. And it's a whole Bible. A lot of work has been done by the Judicial Service to produce that manual. And the goal of the manual is to expedite the adjudication of electoral disputes, because before the manual was that initiative started, I think there was this case, Amu versus Adote, which was a contest over a parliamentary seat, and that case took 4 years. So at the end of the case, the plaintiff, who was Amu, was declared the winner. But by the time judgment was given, the 4 years had elapsed. So he was left with a Pyrrhic victory. And these were some of the lessons that the Judicial Service took, and they have decided to reform. So under the law, a person who wants to contest a parliamentary seat or presidential has 21 days from the date the results are declared to file their petition. In the case of the parliamentary elections, it is to the High Court, and the presidential elections is to the Supreme Court. Now, they have, the Judicial Service have also shortened the time in which the pleadings or the processes can be filed. And I think within 10 days, there must be a response from the defendant. And then they quickly go into the trial and hearing. And I think, according to the rules, within 7 days from the date of hearing, the judge is enjoined to deliver his judgment. So this is the great effort the Judicial Service has done to enhance the delivery of justice and make it more expeditious during post-election disputes, and make sure that we don't have that sense of people waiting for judgment. I mean, for us who are lawyers, it's very frustrating, and for the parties. You go to court, adjournment, and sometimes the parties are so frustrated, they don't even want to do the case again. And with election disputes, because the whole population is so anxious for the results. Sometimes this agitates certain people, and then they become pockets of violence. And sometimes the problem is not with the judiciary, but it is with the lawyers. I'm a lawyer, and I know sometimes the election petition is filed outside the 21 days window. And once you file outside the 21 days window, your petition is void. It will not be accepted. It will not be accepted. And let's go to the Supreme Court, which hears the election. Okay, let me finish with the parliamentary. If a party is not happy with the decision or is aggrieved with the decision from the High Court, that party can file an appeal to the Court of Appeal to determine whether he should be the winner or successful winner. But after the appeal to the appeal court is the final. Is the final stay. You can't appeal to the Supreme Court. The presidential elections are held in the Supreme Court, and there have been several reforms like live coverages, day-to-day hearings also in the High Court, and journalists are allowed to sit in and so on and make commentary. And I hear my time is up. I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make a short presentation. It's a facilitator. Please, if you will give it to our Lordship.
Okay. It's a special request for the... Okay. It's a special request, so you give you some few minutes to top it up for her.
Thank you. I think the time we are in demands that I stand before I speak, so that I can speak with attention. I must give credit to our former Chief Justice, Mrs. Georgina Wood. She actually established the regime where we started writing the election manual for the political parties and the lawyers. It happened in 2008 when she was invited to witness the signing of a peace pact between parties. And she promised them that she will ensure that the judiciary presents to them an adequate manner of all the election laws and procedures. Because they complained at that time that parties didn't know what steps to follow when there is a dispute. And true to her word, she set up a committee which I happened to chair the first time and chair consecutive election cycles. And we put together all the election laws and procedures and the CIs of the Electoral Commission to update all the political parties and interested parties as a whole. And when that happened, she also insisted that we train not only the lawyers, but also all the judges and magistrates, because the magistrates, as you later on, also play significant roles in the test register. All disputes about who and who must not be on the voters register are dealt with by the district courts, who serve in a different capacity at that time. So these election manuals have been very, very effective. We did the first one 2008, the second edition 2012, the third 2016, the fourth 2020, and the fifth one was the 2024 election, which has been developed into a 3-cycle manual. One manual consisting of all the laws of election, another manual of all the decisions of the superior courts, not only the Supreme Court, but Court of Appeal and High Court, and then the third one on the CIs published by the Electoral Commission. I must say that my sister just mentioned the fact that parliamentary election petition must end at the Court of Appeal. That was a decision by the Court of Appeal in a parliamentary dispute case, Wooley's parliamentary dispute case, and that settled the matter. So parliamentary disputes don't go beyond the Court of Appeal. And then by operation of law, presidential petitions also have a time limit within which you must file and also complete. That is why you see the course in 2016, we were sitting, but we could not finish on time. So after that, Parliament passed a constitutional instrument by which the course time was circumscribed. That time has been further reduced by the latest CI on the matter. The commissioner is here. I believe maybe tomorrow when we deal with other matters on the presidential election, he might clarify it. Then, of course, CDD, with whom we worked last year, we championed the prospect of passing legislation. Reverend Degbe was involved to ensure that parliamentary election dispute was also regulated by regulation. Unfortunately, even though we did our work within time, it appeared we did not get parliamentary approval for that. But then the understanding is there. So that work has been completed, and it will not be, we will not go over that path again, but we will just represent it to the EC for them to possibly pass it into the requisite legislation for implementation at the next election. This is what I'll have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the rundown, the history. In fact, we know that our judiciary has supported the process since 1992 Constitution came into effect. Every step in the way, you perfected it. You listen to the challenges and the problems, and you fix it. And you continue to do that. So we thank you for your wisdom and the support. In fact, something that touched me was what the deputy police commander said. He said the police should be insulated. I think we shouldn't miss that point. Because otherwise the police cannot do their work. When you could see a political activist warning a police officer doing his professional work that you wait, when we get into power, either we remove you or we sack you or we demote you, and nobody says anything. Now when that continues, very soon when we call on the police during electoral processes and challenges, they will not come because nobody wants to lose his job. So please, I think we should be in the recommendation that please, for their professional work should be insulated, should be protected against any political fallout. We shouldn't just miss that point. It's very, very important because without the police, who is going to protect us? If you bring the army, they will shoot and kill. That's what they are trained for. So the army can come in and work with the police to please allow them to temper their shoot and kill. the police for the civilian protection, and we needed them. With that, the floor is going to be open for any question that you have since the first and the second question. So I'm going to number them. The first one there, second, third, and fourth. Then we go over it again. So the first, I think Kojo is the first one, yes. Is there anybody here? Oh, okay, I'll come back to you, sir. You come for this.
We should get the objective clearer. So we want to reduce violence and conflict around the collation process. A lot of that through transparency and limited access. So we have to put on the table the transmission of police station results. Because as we've established, at the police station level, it's very clear. There's no contestation around the police station results. So we should then remember that if people are not contesting there, the reason why they are not contesting is that everybody can see the counting happen. So they trust the process. When it's done, they know that at this polling station, we can all record the numbers. And that's why, as DCOP is saying, when you go to the collation site, even though you are limiting access for the collation process to be done in a decorous environment, the people have to see what is happening there. Otherwise, if they don't see that, that's when people get agitated. And then if people are mischievous, they spread rumors that something is happening there. So the publicization of the process is very key to promoting transparency and reducing this sort of massing up and all of that. And then the third leg of that is that we still are not publishing disaggregated polling station results, which we were promised. This is the third time we were promised that it will be published. Because when we begin to do that, people know that the data will come out. So all the anxiety that if we don't go there and solve something, there is no recourse, some of all of that, I think, is going to be reduced. So we should see it as a couple of measures around transparency that we need to implement in order to reduce all the incentives that we are getting for all the crowd going down that. The second for me is the processing time. And we made this recommendation that every constituency that has 100 or maybe 150 polling stations, you should increase the number of people that are receiving the presiding officers who are submitting the sheets. Because if you still maintain that counting or the deputy returning officer that is doing it for 150 polling stations, and somebody doing it for 50, then you get this backup. And as DCOP is saying, with their ballot papers, with their whatever, because remember, in the case where a second recount has been requested but denied, you still can make the request at the constituency level. So that's why people still carry the ballot papers with them, just in case. But if the requests have not been made, then you can't go and request there again. So we need to get clearer procedures around this. They need to submit it to the district electoral officer. If nobody has made a request, then there's no need for them to carry the ball. So we can cut the time period so that it creates all the busyness and confusion at the polling station can be reduced. On SOPs, DCOP, we still have not seen what this joint SOP looks like. You see, the reason I'm saying is that, yes, it's internal for the police, but it's very important on election day that every voter that is going to the polling station, they are very clear what they should expect from the police and armed officers from the army who are supporting the police. So that when they see that somebody is not doing the right thing, they become your helpers. But when everybody is in the dark, and then a police officer says, oh no, because he belongs to this party, that is doing this or doing that. So the SOP, there must be portions of it that has to be communicated and educated. You know, we have to educate people about those SOPs so that the public understand when they get to the polling station. And then on internal adjudication, I wanted to ask Mr. Banobio, we've said that many occasions, like as you said with IPAC being a very important platform for adjudicating some of these issues before it gets to the courts. When for voter registration, we've seen how that works. It is not clear how it works between when the collation process is done and then the court process. How is the structure? It seems like it's discretionary. Is there more we can do from the Electoral Commission side, you know, to, and not to say formalize that process, but to give a proper guidance around how adjudication can still happen, so that people, this sense that, oh, when it goes to court, that's it, and all of that, we can address it. And I think Justice Jochi has already mentioned parliamentary elections. Justice Kolede is not here, but if the judges were here, we should not wait till the next election to finalize the processes for reducing parliamentary election petition time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Second, number 2. Yes. Mike.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I have 3 key points. One has to do with civil military relations or civil police relations. I think when DCOP was talking, he mentioned about engagement and dialogue with the political parties. And I think we need to go beyond that to also dialogue with the communities and also educate people about the modus operandi and the rules of engagement of our military and then the police. Because during the election, there were certain incidents I think shouldn't happen. We saw in certain situations where civilians were fighting to actually take the arms of military officers in certain places. And I don't think it's something that we should encourage. And people threatening police officers who were doing their job. And sometimes for fear of maybe job security and all that, people have to let things go. So I think that we need to educate the public about that. Then the second point has to do with George mentioned the issue about communication and emphasized the positive impact, opening up IPAC publicly, hard on the minds of Ghanaians. And for me, I think that lesson is also useful for the National Peace Council. Because during the election process, those of us who work with the Peace Council and we knew some of the engagements that were happening behind the scenes, understood the work that the council was doing. But there were a lot of misinformation about what the council is doing and not doing. And I think part of it also is because most of the engagements are done privately. And I think moving forward, the National Peace Council also needs to look at this and see how it can also sometimes openly engage the political actors. Because I remember as a member of the committee on the Code of Conduct, when we engaged the political parties with the media, it really had an impact within the public. And so I think the Peace Council can also draw from that. And lastly, I want to find out from Mr. Banobio about whether the early concession of defeat by the NPP actually in any way make the EC's work difficult, especially when it comes to coalition of resource.
Thank you. I hope the panel are taking note of their questions. Number 3, who is number 3? Yeah, number 3.
The police officer, I had a question for him. Okay.
No, you are waiting for the police officer. Yes. Okay, then let's go to number 4. Okay. So I'll come. You are in the second round. The first round is 4 questions.
It's very short, then I'll give it to you. Please, the FIMI issue, you cited some examples, but you didn't say what exactly it looks like. I am still very interested in that, because at least we need to know to be able to realize this is what is happening. Secondly, the DCOP, is he around? Oh, he left.
He will come.
Okay, then I can't ask the question.
Okay, so
maybe the political parties can answer.
Yeah.
The Ablekuman North issue. Is it North or South? The Ablekuman issue. Is the problem that the police can't give the security support because they know that the parties are disputing about the process of collecting, of doing the whatever, I don't want to call it collation, whatever. Is that what the police know? Is that the reluctance?
I think the police, the commander has come at the right time to listen to all the issues.
Yes, so my question is also related to Angela's question. I know by all means we should prioritize peace. He made a distinction between using the UN peacekeeping and peace enforcement. My question is, as a country, we are now 6 months into the tenure of our parliament, and that parliament is not properly constituted because we still have one seat yet to be declared. In the 8th parliament, we had the same problem. It was just explained what caused that problem. We might wake up one day as a country and somebody would say, all the laws that our parliament has passed, those laws are null and void because it's not a parliament that is properly constituted as per our laws. At what point, or what must trigger the process of enforcing and making the two parties or all the parties involved comply? Because it looks as if we are in a situation where if we are not careful, whilst trying not to get involved in peace enforcement, we are setting some precedents. Future elections, maybe we might have 5 constituencies. And then the police will say we don't want to get involved in using force and so on. But as a country, I think you have the responsibility to make sure that all of us follow the law. So at what point, what would trigger you making sure that all the parties in that dispute comply so that our parliament can be properly constituted?
So we go to the panel now. We have particularly, I caught the Peace Council, you are not in the panel, but I said the Peace Council should be visible to the public. So we're going to start. There was a lot of flakes coming to the police for answer. So
thank you very much, Dr. Dramani. When you have two political parties that have a situation as we have now, expect the EC to give us a roadmap of what they intend to do with the situation. Now, once we receive the roadmap by law or by our mandate, we are supposed to provide security for whatever activity they intend to undertake. We have said that any of the political parties, if they are in disagreement with that roadmap or that arrangement, they can go to court. And once the court decides that this is what needs to happen, we are bound by law to enforce the decision of the court. So it's only at that point that we will bring both parties to the table and ensure that what they are supposed to do is done peacefully. Now, there is this angle that if one party decides not to participate in the process, it does not invalidate the outcome of the decision of the EC at this material moment. But we have seen that from other coalition centers, that a political party will say they will not participate in the process. The EC and the other political party will be there to commence the process. Then all of a sudden, you see the other party trooping in. Not only trooping in some few individuals, but a lot of party supporters. Now, you see, the crowd mobilization is said that if we have a number of the coalition centers taking place at the same time, it reduces the level of the crowd. But where you have only one coalition center, you can imagine the number of people the political parties are going to amass. Even though bus people from Tamale, from Kumasi, to come to the coalition centers. And once we are going to enforce the law, definitely we have an encounter with the civilians. And once we do that, it will degenerate into something else. So for us, we will count on the judiciary, the courts, to help us to be able to see this process through. So once the court issues directives that this is what should be done, then we'll mobilize our resources and we'll provide the security for it to be done, and that's it. So it is, you see, I see it as a process where at the end of the day, the outcome should be something that all Ghanaians would like or want to see happen. But when in the situation we have the law enforcement agencies exerting some force to have this done, I bet you we can have a crisis on our hands. We have learned the lessons in Kenya when we saw how they were handling public order management and other related issues. So we don't want that situation to actually happen in this country. We can, if the police say they want to do it, we can do it. But the aftermath of it is what we are cautious of. I'll leave it like that because some of us have faced commissions of inquiry based on different activities and actions that the police took. And we have learned our lessons from those outcomes or results or recommendations of the commissions of inquiry. And as an institution, we need to also reform. We need to ensure that we do the right thing. We need to grow. We should not continue to live in the past or behave the way we used to behave. And that is what is guiding some of our actions in addressing some of these situations.
Okay, thank you. Next to you, you have some questions to
Thank
address.
you. The first one was transmission of polling station results. Yes, from our experience in 2024, it has now done on the commission to put in place measures so that results could be transmitted from the polling stations to the collation center at the constituency level, the regional collation, and then to the national collation centers. We are discussing it and will come out with appropriate mechanism to ensure that it is done. Publication of polling station results. Yes, we are working on it. We've gotten some IT specialists who are helping